Good morning. Well, actually, good midday where I am. Hello, one and all. How's it going on this fine Tuesday? You know, sorry, my back tweaked for a sec that I didn't want to move. So, I don't know about you guys, but my start to the weekend has been a little bit brutal. My back was playing me up after we finished the stream yesterday. So I've kind of been in a laying state of like, I don't know, man. We'll see how it goes. I think it's mostly recovering. I'm just hoping I've got the chair in a good position that it's not going to screw up my back more. So I'll have to see. What's up, Rumpy? How's it going, buddy? But yes, plan today is to do more of the RedBull Wololo games. That's right. There's just so many to go around. So we've still got the ones from the round of 16 area. And then after that, we could still dive back a little bit further and check in on how some people saw their demise in the earlier phases. You know, there's the matches like Zertan versus Myriad, Anatan versus Gallidekul. There's also Vamar versus Dragavan in there. You've got, what, Louis versus Legolas. Legolas, who is the only representative from South America playing in these tournaments from Age of Empires 4. Then you've got ones like, what was it? I think it was Cat versus GUA was another potential one. So yeah, there's plenty to check out if we run out of the first wave. I'm especially interested in Baltoon versus Mood to see how that one had transpired. But let me check. Am I live everywhere? We are, yes. Okay. Yeah, goal should be minimum 5 hours. I might aim towards 6, 7. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how we feel. Being first now means you have to give 30... Okay, Hills is quite correct there. That is how being first works, because then you do get to be first on the monthly top gifters. Logic follows. All right, but I'm going to open up AoE4 now. So we are going to be opening up with Lucifron versus Vamar. I was also planning to take a look at Wham series up against Cat, and we'll also be having a ganders at some of the lower bracket games as well. So we will keep doing this, by the way, for the next few weeks. So every time there's a tournament, you know how I like to do this, guys. Mondays, Tuesdays is usually tournament recaps because there's just so many games that just don't get cast quite often in these tournaments. That process will probably dilute a bit after the next weekend because I think this coming weekend, not every game is going to get cast, but the weekend afterwards, I think it thins through to a point where you'll probably see all the games cast in EGC. We'll see how it goes, though. But yeah, always nice to actually be able to catch something that is in the competitive format instead of just watching your pub games where... You know, some might do something experimental that just gets them dominated, or you get your 1500th game of Dry Raber in a row. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest. Like, you know, I'm kind of like whoop-de-doo-dah with that. I just realized, did I forget to check this? 1 second. I need to double check something. So give me a sec, guys. Sorry. I want to make sure our pop-ups for good old Protein Works is working because they are sponsoring us for the 3rd month in a row. Wow. Okay, there we go. It has now been accepted. Boom. So that means it should start popping up. All right, I'll keep an eye out for that. But it definitely should start popping up, I think. Let me double check the campaign link. Yes, it's the same. Okay, fandappy-dozy. So, wait, why is AoE4 not starting? Being a little bit weird. Yeah, Lucifron versus Vamar. Let me actually pinch the draft those two done. I should have probably already done that. Oops. So this was in the round of 16 upper bracket. So this was just past the point where people got a backup, a second chance if they screw up. So, of course, you don't want to end up down too early. So let me go ahead and drop that in. And then we can switch over and have a look at what these two cooked up. So, I still don't know why his draft thing does this. Vamar. Ooh. I mean, Vamar got his Abbasids. Okay, yep. My lever just came off my chair. That's always a good sign. He did get his Abbasids, which I think is his best civ. Roos is really solid as well. Mongols I absolutely love in competitive play right now. I think they have a lot of volatility. But Lucifron's draft doesn't pull any punches either, man. Getting Iobids, Byzantines, and the Chinese is kind of nuts. And considering I believe there was a water map in the rotation, getting Japanese there as well is just absolutely phenomenal. English is the cherry on top. I think genuinely this is a map pool that probably Roos and HRE are going to be the number 1, number 2 bans. But then after that, English is a pretty solid one in there. So, you know, I do like some of Vodamar's draft. I think Zhuji is got to be for Holy Island, right? Let me double check their draft. Yeah, so it's Rocky River, Dry Arabia, Kawasan, Holy Island, and finally Frisian Marshes. I think this is kind of tough, actually, now that I think about it, right? Like, Holy Island and Kawasan, I think that does kind of give a little bit of an edge over to Lucifron. It's very difficult when you're playing against Vortex or Lucifron, and there's Holy Island in the rotation. I think they are two of the most spooky players to engage there. Like, there's probably two other people that go in that list of names, and that would be, like, Beastie and Marine Lord. I think those guys are probably the best people you'll find on pure water maps right now. But Holy Island is a different beast. I think where Lucifron and Vortex especially take the cake there is their ability to multitask and divert attention, right? And that's where they tend to trip players up time and time again. So I think Vodamar really has to lean into these land maps to get an edge, or he could easily be in trouble here. So looking at the opening game, we are going to be going into Rocky River, and it's going to be an English Delhi showdown. I feel like we've already kind of got sniped there. Dude, that's wild, because yesterday we watched Vortex versus CSO, and CSO sniped his Delhi on Rocky River with the English there as well, right? Oh, sorry, no, it was Zhone in that case. But English versus Delhi is a really good one for Delhi as well. We even saw that yesterday with Baltoon versus Dimmu. So, yeah. A little bit of a hard start to this series. We'll have to see what he can pull out. Reminder, if Voldemar gets in trouble, or Lucifron gets in trouble, they won't be eliminated. This is the upper bracket round. That was pretty good. Some more good old protein works. Don't mind if I do. But then, you know, very healthy me has to mix that up with some Red Bull. Oh, that's good. You hope for 1 TC Fast Castle or King plus Mass Horseman in this matchup? I think you'd probably play the King Horseman. It's not too bad. I don't think you want a Fast Castle here against the Delhi. It just gives him too much, right? Let's find out. All right. Why is the game not capturing? There we go. What's up, people? Look at that. Everyone just suddenly turned up. Hope you're all having a good Tuesday. It's time to make that midweek even better because we are back with the RedBull Wololo recap. That's right. So many series which did not get cast, and this one to me is absolutely criminal. Lucifron and Voldemar. The old man versus the kid. It's time to see if he's got some lessons to impart or whether the Padawan can become a master here. A rough opening, though, I've got to say, on the draft. I think Lucifron definitely kind of tricked Voldemar on this one. Rocky River is the beginning. We're going to see Delhi, but on the other side in the hands of the Spaniard is a hard counter, the English. A very powerful pick, actually, up against the Delhi. We've seen this multiple times in the last few weeks. Can Voldemar pull out something special here, or is he doomed to be leading towards a loss here overall in this best of 5? Well, opening-wise, we've got to kind of decide what is Lucifron's approach going to be. I already saw some ideas floated, the idea of Fast Castle 1 TC, or playing all-in Mass Horseman in Feudal Age. I prefer the latter. I think going Fast Castle, you know, seems like a nice idea, but you're giving a lot of map control over to the Delhi, and they do things for that map control very nicely, right? The Sacred Site Time Bomb isn't just a time bomb to a win condition, it's also an escalation of economy to get them up into castle as well. So really would love to see something like Abbey of Kings into Horsemen with the Knights, because the Horsemen did just get buffed on their attack range, so they're a little bit less clowny, and you always have the ability to disengage and heal up. And while the Delhi can do the same, they do it worse. Because if both players go back to base, right, the Abbey of Kings heals everything at a rate of 6 every second. Meanwhile, when you're playing as the Delhi, your Scholar's going to heal for, like, what was it, I think it's 8 every second on 1 unit at a time. And on the fly, you have the King giving the 2 health each second as well. So you always have that flexibility as well as that more potent heal saturation when playing English here. Sheet count looking about even here, actually. Yeah, that's actually really good for Lucifron. The fact that he's got the same amount of sheep as the Civ that starts on the berries is not a great sign here for Voldemar. Something looks like it may have gone wrong a little bit on the rotation. I think there are maybe 1 or 2 neutral sheep still looming around at the start. In fact, there are some up here, so it looks like maybe that's where Voldemar can start to get a little bit of an edge. I think there's probably about 4 sheep up in this corner. And Lucifron, realistically, probably going to get 1, maybe 2. Wow. Okay, so it's not even going to be Abbey of Kings here. He's just going to send it. That's kind of wild, but I also like it. So on a map like Rocky River, the difference between this and like a dry Arabia, in my opinion, is that you have these inherent choke points halfway that kind of give you a pseudo reset. And against a Civ like the Delhi, who also need to play towards one of these choke points to get their hands on the Sacred Site, you can kind of hold that area hostage. So I think Lucifron's goal is probably going to be to use this as a fallback point while he pushes in. Now, Vamar should just have the read on this to go Ghazi, and that should already put Lucifron back in his base until he gets Raxes. And it looks like Lucifron is prepping for those Raxes very early on. Yeah, build coming in now. 5 villagers still on each of the food in the wood. So this means Lucifron should be good for like an immediate 4 longbow pump and then a follow-up of maybe 2 spearmen here, just to protect against the Ghazi opener. Honestly, the best thing Voldemar could probably do, you can consider going like 1 or 2 Ghazi here, but I wonder if maybe opening archers is just better. The issue is if you go Ghazi, then you're going to be delayed on your blacksmith timing, right? Because you'll have to go archery range first. But if you go archery range straight away and garrison the scholar inside, you can immediately drop the blacksmiths afterwards and start pumping. It's a little bit fragile in the timing because you are spending a lot of wood in the meantime. But the important thing in this matchup is going to be blacksmith decks, right? Both English and Delhi utilize that detail very well. The English have an insane power spike, around 10 to 15 lombos. And then on the other side, you've got the Delhi that always force people to check their tech ups and make sure they're in tune, because of course over time the Delhi will get theirs for free. Just look at this spawn as well. Everything is kind of forward spawning, right? The berries is a little bit concerning, but you should be able to get through them quick enough. We've still got a decent amount of sheep to work with at home as well. 15 sheep in total. First 2 longbows out, and then it's going to be the spear added in. Lucifron, a little bit of a gap in production here, but that's because the drop-offs are a bit staggered. And we are going to get the immediate archery range. Okay, so Voldemar agrees with our thought process here. Going the Ghazi is just going to kind of bait you into your death, especially considering your opponent already has got the spearman on the way. So he just looks to leverage hard into archers here. I think this is where this matchup kind of turns into more of a micro battle. And this also does mean that Voldemar can be a little bit more optimal on his blacksmith timing. Love the campfire, dude. That's so cool. Oh, that's sick, actually. So Lucifron, by getting this campfire, he can see into the tree line, which means if he sticks longbows here, he can snipe villagers. I honestly think people kind of sleep on how good campfire can be. It's very dangerous, though, in these situations because you are up against mass archers, so it can be removed very quickly. But look how annoying this becomes. No textiles either, so Voldemar pulls away just in time there. 2 HP on the villager. Things already starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. Archer count should be good enough to start swatting away the longbows here. Notice he target fires onto them instead of the spearman. He needs to trade out. Good micro so far by Lucifron. I love that. Just kind of leave the healthy one around. Spearman is getting decent damage in the meantime, remember. Like, if you compare it, it's 6 damage compared to 8. So the Spearman being allowed to do this is actually hurting Voldemar more than I think he appreciates here. And the split is good. Dude, Lucifron just makes it look so easy. Voldemar, I wonder if he maybe jumped the gun there. He clearly was a little bit angsty about the thought that he might get oversaturated by longbows, right? And then just lose the fight inherently. But I think maybe the play here would have been to just kind of hold back, wait until you got 3 or 4 more archers before you engage. That's kind of the awkward thing. Like, when you contest longbows in small numbers, you lose a large percentage of your firepower entering their range, right? Like, to get in range to attack them, you're going to lose maybe 1 or 2 archers potentially. And at this stage in the game, that's like 20% of your firepower, right? Whereas if you wait, it means when you get in range, a lot more units are inherently sticking to their targets at that point. And considering the attack speed aura, that's where you should be able to get an edge. But struggling to see the edge now. Longbow count still looking really good for Lucifron here. Notice he keeps microing back the injured longbow. So that's a 2-for-1 trade right now. Every single injured longbow is just pulled all the way back, and Voldemar, in frustration, has to chase even deeper. Damn, dude, this is a masterclass on min-maxing longbows. I think this might be one of the best uses of small groups of longbows in range-on-range battle I've seen in a very long time. Voldemar really now going to start struggling. 6 archers to 15. You might notice that Lucifron started adding in Spearman. That's because he's paranoid about Switch. At this stage, Voldemar realistically can't fight range versus range. He's going to have to add in something else because the count is just 2 against him now. Scout also going down, so Voldemar, that wasn't intentional. Riding blind. And this is a brutal start to the series. I mean, these are the type of games that kind of frustrate you because in a way you'll feel like you kind of got counterpicked out a bit, right? You got tricked on the opener. But also you have to be frustrated about the way the game then played. It wasn't a case of, oh yeah, he just outdrafted me. It's the way he outplayed him. And this is what Lucifron and Vortex have come to be known so good for, right? Is the ability to just pressure you very early on and exploit any signs of weakness. You know, Vortex are more all-in style. Lucifron historically more of a chip damage and then take the advantage player. But in this game, the advantage he wants to take is the entire game. And he wants to make it done before 10 minutes. Woodline is going to be idled out. That means Voldemar, an inability now to scale into more archers. I imagine Lucifron's got to be prepping blacksmiths behind this. This would be a really good time for it. Yeah, he just shifted across to the gold. It might be that he just pros getting more units now with the double broad axe, but there you go. Confirmation in. Blacksmiths is coming. Steeled Arrow will break this game, guys. The reason why he's going blacksmiths now is he thinks Voldemar might be trying it behind this. Credit to him with the campfires. It has allowed him to see any potential transition, but so far we see Voldemar doesn't have the resources to stretch for anything. How can you watch the game with these overlays? You make them. Custom overlays, baby. Watch the gate. Once again, that vision from the campfire is so oppressive here. Really impressive the way Lucifron has utilized it. Even, like, usually when you're trying to defend against longbows, your advantage with archers here is you can ambush them from the tree line, but as you're seeing, that vision on the side is making it impossible. Longbows continue to snipe down. 1-for-1 trade. 1-for-1 trades are actually good for Voldemar here, considering he's at a disadvantage. But that's not going to last long, right? You're reaching a point where you're running out of firepower to get the one-hit kill. Retreat is costing you a lot. We're about to take out most of the spearmen, but with no transition coming, I think we're looking at a pretty fast game 1 here. There's already longbows camping the west side for a shift onto the woodline there. Archer count is down to 8. If the longbows dive in here, these eco units are dead. Behind this, Blacksmith's about to complete. Steeled Arrow is one thing. I think maybe Voldemar hangs in there until Undermesh, but if he can't get something, if he can't get an advantage now, he never is, right? Like, you can't even rush your tech ups here, remember. You have to wait a very long time with the Blacksmith. Sure, it's free, but you pay for it in a different way, right? Like, about 3 minutes wait time is too long here. Not just that. The other thing that these Lombos are doing is it's denying the win condition for the Delhi. No sacred sites have been captured or attempted so far. I'm wondering if Voldemar kind of regrets opening archers here. We mentioned why it feels imperative when your opponent has the rack straight away, but maybe Ghazi, just like 4 or 5 Ghazi, and actually don't engage with the enemy army, right? Hit their economy, force them back would have been a better way, and then transition in archers, because transitioning Ghazi second just doesn't work here. Lombos just continue to milk it. Ghazi, at this stage, just aren't healthy, right? 2 flurries and they're dead. An Undermesh about to complete. Voldemar doing the best he can to trade, but it feels like every time he's forced to go out of this, he comes out worse from it. And that is going to be it. Game 1, a swift win for the Spaniard. Can Voldemar get back on track, or is this the beginning of painful tides to come for the Dane? Yeah, that was a vicious start. I mean, we kind of expected it with the way that the draft happened. I don't think he had an advantage there. That was already a bad sign for Voldemar, but still a very swift beatdown in game 1. I think this is the type of time where I'd really like to highlight the importance of mental resets. For him there, that's the type of game that has to be really frustrating as an opener. You know you kind of got tricked on the draft, but next up you've got to kind of like accept that you definitely got outplayed, I'd say. Yeah, the micro was just definitely more on point from Lucifron. So it's important to learn from games, but I think there's limited to take away from that game that wouldn't frustrate you further in the series. Just reset, go next. And I mean, we're heading to Dry Arabia, And Voldemar chose the Ottomans here. I'm kind of wondering what the thought process was there, because I don't, like, did he expect Iabids? Because let's think about the realistic picks here, right? Lucifron could have went for the Byzantines, and the Byzantines annihilate the Ottomans. So Voldemar's pick was already very risky from that perspective. Considering the wider map pool, you know, you have Kawasan, Holy Island, and Frisian to come. I think realistically, Byzantines is very likely to come out in Dry Arabia. I feel like Iabids works better on Frisian than they do. And also, you can use Iabids on Kawasan. So it's very perplexing to me that Voldemar chose Ottomans here, because I don't feel like this is a... It's better than if it was Byzantines, but I feel like it was a one hell of a Hail Mary. And I'm wondering what the thought process was behind this instead of, say, Abbasids, right? Because he's got Mongols for Kawasan, and then he's got Juji for Holy Island. We'll have to find out. I think it's time to hop into a second game. Ooh. Let me just... Wait. Have I updated the overlay? Yes, everything looks good here. Second game of this best of 5 in RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado. We hop into Dry Arabia, where Voldemar has thrown quite the curveball with an Ottoman pick. Lucifron, meanwhile, sticks to what you'd expect. Ibid's coming out, and we were just highlighting in the pregame how risky of a pick this was from Voldemar. You know, you could argue any pick is a risk, but the Ottomans feels like him trying to throw a curveball, but the problem is that he ran the risk of Byzantines coming out here. And if it had been a Byzantines pick, we've seen Byzantines have been annihilating Ottomans. Even with this better matchup, I still think it's a rough one. Iabids do have some volatility behind them. Not namely Camel Lancers, because if this is a fast castle game, you don't want to build Lancers against Janissaries, but you can easily go into things such as Archermass and Gulamas, which is pretty effective against a lot of the things Ottomans want to do. So I imagine this has to be, what, an all-in approach maybe from the Ottoman player? I don't think you want to go to H3 here, because Dervishes are quicker on the run-out. Camel Lancers can be an open to give initial control, and then you switch over to Gulams. Because it's going to turn to a relic race, and I'm just kind of curious like what Voldemar's pump would be there. He'd probably just be pumping knights to open with, right, to get on the map, but that inherently favors the camels. Sheep count? Looks... Oh, no. Okay. There is an area here where Voldemar can make up for this, but I think it's still going to be, like, what, 2/3 of the sheep going the way of Lucifron here. Check that dive on the minimap. Both of them kind of mirrored and then shifted around. It looks like Voldemar just kind of lucked out with the spawn a little here. He's going to be able to find some sheep up here to make it a bit better, so I imagine we're going to be, like, what, 12 sheep? Oh my god, it's only going to be 12 overall, because Lucifron is now rotating the other way. And he has that entire corner to himself. So final sheep haul should end up being 12 for Voldemar. And Lucifron probably more like 16, maybe 18 here. Now, it is a bit skewed because Voldemar has been gathering from the sheep, but he hasn't gathered that much so far. And that means he's definitely going to have to go through the Madrasa. I think most players are going to be returned to the Madrasa, guys. It's just such a more reliable landmark choice. The problem with going for the Sultani Trade Network is it really anchors you to this idea of your going castle. And I don't think there's any other option. On top of that, it tends to make more sense on maps where you don't have great gold spawns and great options. So, for example, expect to see a lot of the trade option from Ottomans on regions, even though there's no trade post. The reason is that the gold is always situated in one location, right? But here, you've got gold on the flanks, you've got gold behind your base, you have options. Kind of curious, actually. If we look at the stats for this, which way does this matchup lean? Because I really feel like it's Ibid. Ibids versus Ottomans. 47.2%. Then again, I think I said this the other day. Like, I don't trust the Ottoman win percentages, and here's why. Byzantine versus Ottomans is 47.3% win rate for Byzantines. Yet every single time we've seen Byzantines, they are destroying the Ottomans. So I think Ottomans, because of how little they get picked in general, even at the highest level, they're kind of in a weird position. It reminds me a little bit of Delhi, but for different reasons, where Delhi had the results skewed because the highest level players didn't play Delhi because they already knew what they wanted to do with it, right? And I think Ottomans, it's not a case of people know what they want to do with it. It's a case of there's only a small group of players that even rate this Civ right now. Tech up complete. It's going to be Stables opening. So Sipahi is maybe the one where you can potentially rate this Civ in the early game. Makes sense, right? It's their unique cavalry unit, a very powerful unit of that. But the issue you're going to have is you're needing to dive this, right? Like, the reality is Lucifron probably isn't going to play with you much here. He'll be looking for a quick tech up. Getting a tech. It's going to be complete here. So military wing reinforcement comes in. Remember, they did nerf this, so it now takes 15 seconds for the first camel to spawn. Thank God. It honestly was needed. For anyone who's played this or watched this, it's just a broken opening. There wasn't really any alternative that people were playing towards. First Sipahi queued up. Will be a great counter to this, by the way. Remember, because the Desert Raider has both the ranged and melee tag, it means that while they get bonus damage against Cav, and you'd think that they would counter Horsemen, they weirdly enough actually get countered by Horsemen. Just looking at the spawn as well, Lucifron has a back gold here. That's a really big problem for Voldemar. He can kind of rotate on it on the east side, though, but it still puts him a little bit out of position. It looks like Lucifron is going to be playing some of the age, so we actually have a stables being dropped here. Likely Horseman to get added in. So, Golden Age 1 is a really big deal getting online this early. This is going to allow him to ramp his eco quite nicely and pad himself, likely with extra production building, because he has not built an outpost, right? So there is some intent to dangle it around here in Feudal Age coming out from Lucifron. Desert Raider. Yeah, Voldemar jumped the gun there. In fact, yeah, I just saw it from Gully in chat. Agreed. You do need two. You just saw the difference in damage. And remember, Sipahi are a better horseman, right? But that wasn't even close. It's because the difference in attack speed, right? Like, it's 1.75 seconds to attack with 12 damage. And you double that to 24, right? But for these guys, it's 1.38 seconds, and they do 26 damage. Add in the fact you also lose about 2.4 damage on your attack due to Camelanese. And it's a no-brainer why Desert Raiders win that, especially when you then add in the 5 melee armor. Double Sipahi is now there. Now, this is really cool from Lucifron. The Horsemen are a great buffer against the Archers, but it's also really neat when you're fighting with the enemy Horsemen. Because what you do is you clash, you pull your Desert Raider back, and then they either chase you, getting stabbed by your Horsemen, or they auto-aggro switch onto the horses, and then you re-engage with the Desert Raider. So it allows your killer unit to not be killed. Vamar being contained really easily here, by the way. I think this is the tough detail, right? Like, that Desert Raider, it's kind of weird. I think when, you know, the game first released the expansion, I expected Desert Raiders to be a underwhelming unit that never had purpose. But the more and more we see it, the more we see just how threatening of a powerhouse unit it can be in that early game. Keeping Voldemar on his base like this is critical as well, because you have to keep in mind Lucifron is prepping that tech up. And it isn't going to be a quick one, it's going to be a greedy one here. No advancement wing intense, at least I'd hope not at this point. Like what? Probably just going standard growth wing. We'll need to build some more units to defend. Has got a Desert Raider here already, and it looks like the outpost did go up. So Lucifron will be insulated here. Undermesh in the meantime is being prepped by Voldemar, but it's going to take some time to arrive. And in the meantime, Horsemen plus Desert Raiders look to intercept. It looks like Voldemar trying to protect his gold here. So he wants that backup plan of also going towards Castle Age. It's going to be much harder to find, though. Horsemen Desert Raider are going to peel back. Meanwhile, other side of the map, looks like the Sipahi did go in for the dive, but took a lot of damage for it. The south side, there is an attempt to poke here, but no targets for it. Voldemar just really hasn't found any damage for what he's invested in so far, right? I mean, if anything, it went the other way, right? We already have a worker kill on the board for Lucifron. On top of that, I'm noticing there's more than a villager difference here, and oh, that's why Voldemar twice now has uttered out the TC for a few seconds. So, kind of unfortunate the way this is happening. He's trying to min-max with his food to get Sipahi out. I think this is another thing that's difficult with Ottomans is Sipahi more expensive than standard horsemen. So you end up stretching your economy even thinner than you normally would. Horseman, meantime, is going to peel. Desert Raider, not able to get the kill here. Is going to be going down in the end. Remember, Sipahi moved quicker than the Desert Raider. Beast fulfilled his purpose. Tech up is on the way, and we can confirm it is indeed Growth Wing. So congrats on the buffs in Nurse World's Edge. Turns out it changed nothing. Growth Wing really is still that damn good of a choice. I said this already, like, at this rate, they're just going to end up nerfing Ibids into the ground when they probably need to consider buffing certain other elements of play. I think one of the big ones I'm looking at is the alternate option in the Eco Wing, which, of course, is the Industry Wing. Just never feels good. I think, if anything, it should probably be like it gives you a 5% wood increase, 10% wood increase, or 15% wood increase. Because right now, it just don't work. Scout in the meantime. Okay, interesting choice. Voldemar doesn't finish off the scout, so Lucifron can actually get free information here. Meantime, other side of the field, looks like the horsemen are going to be able to get on top of the archers, so Voldemar forced to try and go for the dive. Doesn't work out for him, though. Not a scathe of damage. Nothing done at all to these villagers. Not one hair on their head harmed, and the outpost still up as well. Voldemar just not able to find the trades, and now 9 villagers down, an age behind, and soon to be outnumbered. I have to start wondering, where does the kid go to recover? Because the last thing you want is to find yourself your back up against the wall. We already highlighted that Voldemar needs to take some of these more standardized maps, because when we got specialist picks down the line, such as Holy Island, that's where Lucifron will have a clear and imminent edge here in this series. Second berry, nicely placed as well. So it looks like Lucifron is just going to get to chill with his food and not have to worry here. Horsemen, in the meantime, do go for the clash. They're never going to get upgraded, but that's fine. If they get rid of the Sipahi here, it's going to make the breach so much easier. Voldemar, it looks like he is now hunkering down. So we already had the outpost come up earlier. We now have the walls. Voldemar. He doesn't have military schools either, right? This is a non-military school build. That's really worrisome because he now has no answer to these. Camel Lances right in. And Voldemar, I'm wondering what the thought process was here. Like, you know, maybe he just anticipates Golems, but he saw the stables. Has no reaction. So Lucifron going to get great value out of this dive here. No Blacksmith Techs is the only upside for Voldemar right now, so units are going to die reasonably quick to the arrow fire. The idle time alone, not to mention the blocker to the tech up, and also the kills along the way. Just beautifully done by Lucifron. And behind this, with the Dervishes now moving out for relics, Voldemar's back is truly up against the wall. The other problem here, right, is when that type of dive happens, one recovery arc you can have is the Vizier pump into the Janissaries. But unfortunately for Voldemar, this is a non-military school build. He doesn't have that variability, right? If he went for it, it would just be an underwhelming use of Vizier points. So instead, Lucifron now just gets to hold him hostage continuously on the gold here. More Camel Lances in the meantime are being queued up. So Lucifron is just going to chill back for the moment. Voldemar will at least get to Castle Age here. Question mark is, what can he do with it? Lucy. We have got the Blacksmiths, but it's almost like he forgot about it. Kind of just prioritized all the gold into getting more Lancers here. So there won't be any Undermesh. One relic is about to be dropped off soon. It's coming back now. If you can actually pull the one from the far side of the map. No second Dervish either. A lot of food being floated as well. I think Lucifron's got a really big misbalance in his economy here. I don't know what's happening. Okay, there we go. He's one of those gamers. You know the ones I'm talking about. The, oh no, I need this resource, pulls a third of his economy. That's at least going to fix the misbalance. In the meantime, though, it does mean Voldemar gets a better fight than he probably has any right finding here. Lancers are at least going to get rid of all the Sipahi. I'm going to say that one stays alive. Yeah, I think Lucifron might benefit from slowing down a bit. He's not stopping the tech up. And also, by the way, really big... Wait, I say he's not stopping the tech up. As I say, really big credit to Voldemar for the one villager build. We saw this type of thing done in the Voldemar versus Baltium game, where Baltium was playing the Mullions and Voldemar was playing the Delhi. And it was really smart because it gave Baltium the reserves of resources to do something with a tech up. So that's a really cool detail that Voldemar was leaning into there. Though I don't think he was leaning into it long enough. Janissaries immediately queued up, but guys, these are expensive. 160 resources each. It's small numbers as well, really underwhelming, which is why he's adding in Spearmen as well. Because if you just send 2 Janissaries out to deal with 2 Camel Lancers, they will die. If you send Archers out to deal with Camel Lancers, they'll also die. And wait, oh, the gate wasn't up! Whoops. Gets behind the wall just in the nick of time. Lucifron in the meantime. Third relic now on the way home. It looks like Voldemar did make a play to grab one here, but this is still looking like a 4-1 relic split. Now, remember, at this stage of the game, usually an IB player is going to make a choice. They're either going to go all in, or they're going to look to play into the late game. I think Lucifron is going to play all in. You don't want to play into the late game when you're up against Ottomans. That's the recovery arc, right? You want to end it now, because also, Camel-Lancers at the moment are strong, but the longer you wait, the more Janissaries come out. In fact, I think Lucifron, yeah, identifies he needs to switch now. Archers start to get queued up. Such great map control as well, right? Like, because Voldemar had to go into Janissaries, he can't flank. This is the negative of having to go Janissary so early, is you get boxed in your base in a game that's about map control. Like now, if Lucifron wants, he can just move out, capture all 3 Sacred Sites, and get additional income while forcing pressure onto Voldemar. Trying to think what other way you could really play this matchup. Could you maybe just outpost and truly fast castle? I feel like that maybe would have worked better for Voldemar than what he done here. The alternative is like, what, 2 TC? But I just don't like that against Iobids. You're still going to give them map control, give them relics. And sure, like if you just hunker down with outpost and go fast castle, you're going to give them map control. But you're going to come back with a Fury quite quickly. Maybe it's just doomed either way. I mean, this game definitely looks doomed now. 14 Camel Lancers. There's at least 10 Spearmen here to try and defend against this. Lucifron, in the meantime, is actually going for that second TC. A little bit surprised by that detail. One Knight is at least going to get chased away. Lucifron, at this point, I'd say just build a Manganique. Maybe 2 Springers plus 1 Manganique, and that should be enough to dictate the entire flow here. Remember, Voldemar doesn't have the economy to afford active siege production. He only has what he gets for free. It's kind of weird, right? Like, some people are going to be like, harm when I say this, but I don't think this necessarily went any better than game 1 for Voldemar. He survived longer, right? But realistically, the win condition in mind that Lucifron had was always this. He definitely threw away more units than was necessary. I think Lucifron was suboptimal with his macro on his food. Also, his blacksmith timings were kind of underwhelming. So you could argue from that perspective, Voldemar fared better. But like, Voldemar still hasn't really reached a win condition here. Now he's a mile behind, right? 2 TC, 3 Sacred Sites, 4 Relics. All these issues to try and address. Lucifron now looking to address the siege. We have got a Springle coming out. Still no Manganique, though. Does kind of feel like Lucifron's doing it the hard way a bit. He definitely has the resources for it. He definitely has the build speed for it. So he's going to dive in now. Locks on the outpost again. Does start to force the reaction. Spearmen are going to start diving forward here. Yeah, need to be careful with Voldemar. This is the worst way to be forced to fight, right? If archers trade with the Spearmen, the Lancers win the fight. Spear in the meantime, just trying to deal with the Mango. Nice repairs coming in from Voldy. I think Lucifron needs to realize the play here is more siege. Get a second Sprawl. Get a Manganique. You've had the wood and the gold previously for it. Instead, he's now fisting all of that wood into an obnoxiously long wall. And it's kind of crazy that one Knight seems to have made Lucifron a bit paranoid about his flanks here. So he's hunkering down for the late game. Really cool split on the map, though. He kind of has dictatorial control over Sacred Sites now, right? If he gets this wall in the north, that's the one that's too far out there. But he can camp these 2 in the center. They're close enough that his army can pivot. So we've got more gold usage into text coming out. Lucifron. Mamluk's Bravery is going to be a big one here. Especially when you consider that he gets a bonus damage source against most of Voldemar's army, right? Archers do bonus damage against Janissaries, they do bonus damage against Spears. So there should be a lot of triggers coming out. Springles. Going to trigger shot here. Notice that the Mango can't come near now. Before you could clutch repair it, but against double Springle, that doesn't work. Archers trading out. Spearman count getting insanely low here. The Janissaries, remember, they have less range. They will be in range of the archers, most definitely. And that gives a better trade here. Camel Lance is holding back until the very end. Voldemar starting to lose control of the front of his base. Lucifron now with a double commit. Mango is going to scare him back for the moment. But Voldemar, I mean, with the Janissaries dead, Lancers break through the tree line, and that's it. Voldemar instantly gives up the moment he sees that breakthrough, and it means that he can afford no more mistakes. Yeah, this is really starting to feel like one of those experience trumps youth type situations. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really seeing the plan here for Voldemar. I think we went really off script that second game on the draft, and now we're really off the beaten road. And when we look at the remaining draft, I mean, Lucifron still has a lot of ups here, right? Another issue that I am going to see now is because Voldemar picked... What? So he's done Delhi, he's done Ottomans. His draft can still make sense, but we're going to Kawasan next, and it's his choice. So this is interesting. I actually have been saying that I think Abbasids are the best Civ for Kawasan. I think they can beat almost any Civ there because of the RAM opening. You just deny all resources really quickly. But he is going to be up against the other Civ, which dominates on these water hybrid maps. Japanese is coming out. Now, this is an intriguing point because if Lucifron loses with the Japanese here, although he has the Chinese for Holy Island, I'd argue that's a weaker pick against something like the GG. So, could be a turnaround point. Well, Lucifron just wants a quick series, but a quick series could be what burns him out in reverse here. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We've got Game 3 of the RedBull El Reinado upper bracket series between Lucifron and Voldemar. An interesting twist point here. I was just saying that Lucifron, you'd expect him to save Japanese in his draft for Holy Island, which could come up next. Now, if they go there, he has to opt Chinese, and that's where Voldemar should be draft favored because he has the Shu Ji pick. That being said, it would still be an uphill battle. Holy Island, that is where the Spaniards are king. And before we get to there, to a true heavy water map, we first have to go to the hybrid to see who's going to be king of the ponds. I do think Voldemar has the best Civ for this map, by the way. I think Abbas is actually king here. They have a lot of potency just blocking out the docks. The military wing play into a ram isn't easily counterable. Even for the Japanese, right? Like, Japanese, you think they'd be okay because they can go Shinobi. But in the event they go Shinobi, you can easily just hide in ram, right? And then kind of clown car out to snipe. Or more easily, you get your dock up early, you guard near the dock with a boat, and Shinobi can't come nearby, right? It all comes down to timings, but that timing gets enabled because 4 military units will be able to stop the first Shinobi from sabotaging. But we already have a different style of opening from Lucifron here. This is intriguing because a lot of the time right now, Japanese players on this map are rushing Feudal Age to try and get pressure out. Instead, Voldemar is going to be the only one doing it, and that may give him a bigger edge here. Kind of intrigued what Lucifron's thought process is with this. Because I feel like if you're not going for Coca in a rush, then you just don't bother at all. Sometimes we see people actually go for it with this type of build, and it just almost feels like a mistake because the timing window is kind of already passed, right? Like, maybe if your opponent goes 2 ponds, you can get some pressure. So I think the logic for Lucifron here is set up the 1 pond and fish, and then sneak for the 2nd pond, and send your Shinobi there when you tech up. And that's the one you look to block. I'll have to see if it works out, because Voldemar now already teching up, military wing on the way. You know, it's quite interesting, actually, because I always thought that these would be the 2 most dominant civs on this map, but in Master of Realms, these were the 2 weakest civs with more than 2 games played. Their win rate was abysmal. I think Japanese won 1 game and Abbasid won none. But part of that, to me, comes down to the players picking them. No offense to them, but, you know, I think the absolute top players weren't really drafting Japanese or Abbasids as a priority. And then when you came to this map, those lower ranked players were just kind of getting outplayed. Goku now on the way. Docks are now coming in. I think the play that would be really cool for Voldemar here is just double dock. It's expensive, but it's kind of necessary, and you do have time if you immediately do it. You also have resources if you immediately do it. If you wait, however, the Coca Township is going to punish you. Might not be able to ultimately punish you from getting a ship on this pond, but it will eventually block you from controlling the pond, right? Because remember, Lucifron will be able to build ships as well. The villager does get pulled. All right, Voldemar. Damn, this is annoying. He can't go double dock now. Well, there's the Spike Club. I mean, respect the confidence, right? If Lucifron ever ends up with land, he's screwed. Body block attempts are coming in, but it's not going to work out. Maybe? He'd need to get him in range for 2 extra strikes while hitting himself. It's just not going to work. So Voldemar will get home. Archer ship immediately gets queued up. And the first Shinobi is indeed going to be too late to block that ship. So this is actually going really well for Voldemar. It's unfortunate he couldn't get the double dock because the Shinobi will still now be annoying, especially when they sneak in for the high ground here. In return, looks like Lucifron is going to get punished as well, so Villager will be going down here as the final stab comes in for the Spearman. With the Archer ship already here, this is where Voldemar could just opt for a ram. This is how you win this map, guys. Well, see, Coca into Fish makes more sense on one pond, right? Fish into Coca makes sense when you go double pond, but Lucifron's only playing the one. Looks like Demo Ship coming out. Interesting choice here. Okay, what? Yeah, so he thought he was going to get counterpicked in the opening with Springle Ship. Doesn't happen at all. Unfortunately for him, the Demo not able to dodge. Lucifron just on point with the shots. Shinobi is at least going to get chased away, but that blocker in production might give an edge here, so Voldemar has to go for the second dock here. And already looking to set up on the west side pond. So, yeah, once again, I think Voldemar, a ram, just makes 10 times more sense here. Right? Like, you've already got an Archer ship out, get a ram, and you're pretty well protected. Shinobi almost going down. It's really important you get this pick. But unable to do so. The reason it's important, guys, is it's now 2 Shinobis. So, once you get to 3 Shinobis, it's actually quite feasible to just take out the 4 units that Voldemar has. Because what you do is you Shin onto the Archers, and then one Archer will instantly die because the the Shinobi hit for like 20 damage each, right? And then you just snowball the second. And you leave Spearman till last because you get bonus damage against melee. You think that would be counterproductive, but the logic is that the Archers get bonus damage against you, right? So even with less health, you can still beat Spears. Archer ship goes down, Lucifron. Opting into the Springle ship. Voldemar still no ram. He's flowing an insane amount of wood here. I think this is to try and get fishing online, so maybe a little bit pigeonhole, rather tunnel vision, I'd say, is more appropriate here. Double dock? Okay, this is overkill now. We have gold vision. You have to keep in mind, like, Voldemar's paranoid that there's a play onto the west side pond because his scout hasn't checked there. I'd argue his scout could have checked there at any point, right? Like, I think maybe the scouting rotation from Voldemar has led to unnecessary resource spend. But you could also argue this at least gets him a lot more fishing online quicker. Lucifron. Fleet's looking pretty good now all of a sudden. Voldemar, something definitely went wrong here. Springle ship, unable to get the kill. And wait, is Lucifron... He's going to do this? No, it's not going to work. Okay, that was a crafty idea. I think Lucifron looked like he was going to maybe try to aggro the scout to pull the Archer ship away as the villager comes in. Not the case at all, though. Voldemar, man, all that effort for nothing now, guys. He's lost the pond. I can't believe this. This is wild the way this played out, right? Like I felt like this was a pretty cut and dry situation for Voldemar to just take control. But we never saw the ram, right? Instead, he essentially ego-chowed Lucifron, I think is the correct word there. Right? Like, he basically tried to send boats against boats and tried to out-micro one of the best Navy players we have in AoE 4. I mean, you got to believe that you can be the best, right? Like, if you want to be a champ, you got to believe you can take on anyone. But let's also be totally real here. Yes, you have to believe and be capable of taking on anyone. But if you're offered an easy route and a hard route, sometimes just take the easy road. Cam Archer's now coming from Voldemar. Makes sense, right? It's actually a really good counter to Shinobi because Shinobi take bonus damage from them. And it allows you to kind of kite and kill. But I think now Voldemar is trying to lean pressure on land here. Like, Camel Archers actually make pretty good raiders. Also, in the event that your opponent is rushing castle, it gives you a level of protection there. Because Camel Archers have high base damage, so they can deal with enemy units. And they actually deal with a lot of what Japan does well. Like, I actually think Abbasis is a pretty good pick against Japanese. I think I was saying recently in some 4-lake games, I feel like they're the hard counter. Definitely on 4 lakes anyway. To a certain degree on this map as well. The logic is that if you ever reach a point where you're scaling Camel Archers, it counters almost every choice your opponent can make, right? It's like Camel Archers are more tanky than Onimusha. Against the Samurai, they are able to melt them due to high base damage and movement speed. Onobugisha take bonus damage. Shinobi take bonus damage. Spears take bonus damage. And the only thing that really stops Camel Archers from appearing in every game and looking broken is you need the economy for them. That's what Kawasan can give you. Voldemar, I think we've got a Castlades rush on the way. I'm wondering what Lucifron is up to here, though. I mean, he got blocked on the gold, right? Like, which is a great play by Voldemar. But Voldemar needs to sniff this out. He knows about the other gold. He sees the double gold, which is a sick read, by the way. I don't think I've given Voldemar enough credit for this. That's a smart way of slowing this game down, because realistically, what Lucifron wants to do is just fast castle. That's how you win the game now as Japan. This is the blocker. And even the walls. Oh, man. You've got to get on the south side, though. Scouts finally arrived, but with the double outpost here. Yes, Lucifron has been delayed, but now he won't be permanently held. It's kind of worrisome, too, because you have to remember that while Voldemar can hit the trigger now, he has to wait almost 2 minutes. Realistically, Lucifron could just catch up. Instead, though, what am I looking at here? We've got Yumi. I mean, your opponent has spears, right? And he has 1 or 2 archers. I don't know if the Camel Archer got seen. Lucifron could actually turn this into a fast castle and mass Yumi build, which is really powerful here, actually. Especially if your opponent isn't prepped with a land army already. Like, on a land map, I would say you don't do this against Abbasis simply because they will have a bunch of archers, which they will upgrade. But in this format, against Camel Archers, it's actually not a bad idea. Lucifron is starting to stockpile the resources. I can't believe this. What's the prep as well? Is he going straight into Lancers? I think so. Okay, so this is the thing, right? Like, going Lancers seems like a good idea until you remember that there's going to be Onimusha as a possibility here. And you know that Lucifron has to be targeting Castle. Like, there's no way his game-winning plan is play long feudal with Mass Yumi. Okay? There are quicker ways to lose a game of AoE 4. Ram is at least going to come in, though. And this is what I wanted Voldemar to do in the first place, by the way, guys. I think he could have taken control of this pawn very easily if this had been his opening play. Yumi. Not going to be a quick kill for this. That's kind of the other awkward issue of going archery range is like the Ram is just free to do whatever it wants. So depressing death for the Doc. He has got a backup one on the east side here. I think he did actually pinch it, right? We'll find out in a second, but I'm pretty sure Voldemar can't move that. That was movement with intent there. Oh, that's sick. Because at this pace, like, this Ram would kill a second Doc. And that's so expensive for Lucifron. So good efficiency play here. Yumi just able to hold it hostage. Tech up now complete. And it is going to be the stables. So it makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, you know, you've already shown archery ranges. Your opponent could counter that. Instead, it's going to be Mounted Samurai. Now, the way that Voldemar wins this is by going for Camel Riders. Camel Riders are OP here. Especially if you add in the shields. But it looks like he's just doing the normie choice. It's going to be Lancers. And Lancers lose to Mounted Samurai, guys. It's not even close. If this had been Camel Riders have a substantially better attack speed, right? Like, it's 1.5 seconds versus, I think it's like 1.25? Was it 1.12, I think it is. So even better than I was imagining. On top of that, A knight will do 24 damage. A camel rider will do, I think it's 28. And then, yes, you've got the armor, but the camel has additional health. So just overall, camel riders would have been a better choice. And honestly, a more cost-efficient choice, right? Like, yeah, if you think about it, like lancers, it's less in food, more in gold. More in food for camel riders. And food is the thing you should have a lot of here. Meantime, Mount Samurai do right in. Outpost trying to be built up, but it's going to come at a cost here. Voldemar didn't have enough villagers nearby. Looks like the Lancers will be able to actually get revenge after the fact, but it still costs him dearly. 1 samurai goes down, but 4 villagers in return. Oof, Vision also taken out. And what? Wait, when did Lucifron... You know, I felt like the Mountain Samurai got there quickly, and that explains a lot. He snuck it, and that is disgusting. It is the one area of the map that Voldemar has not scouted. Lucifron, you absolute snake. Guys, this has a really damning ramification, actually, for Voldemar. He's going to see all these Mountain Samurai on the front, fighting them on the front, and just assume they're all on the front, right? You would never expect knights to come around the back like this, especially considering that you have vision in this type of area, so it's realistically very hard for them to flank unnoticed. Unbelievable. Second TC now also coming from Voldemar, so look at that transition. Lucifron, of course, just looking to go full gung-ho. Spearman now also getting added in, so I think the logic here is add the spears to defend at home, send the samurai in for the trades. We have got crossbows being prepped, so Voldemar will have the appropriate line of defense here. Mount Samurai pokes on the backside. Wow, that's actually a big blocker. He doesn't have blacksmith techs at all. Mount Samurai is going to go deeper. Voldemar already reacting appropriately here. Finally starts to pull away. Another interesting thing here, you might be noticing that these guys are not killing quick enough. It looks like we have not got Tatara yet. So a little bit of a blunder there. With all the resources, Lucifron really wants to prioritize that. The reason Tatara is so important is it means your mounted samurai will kill in 2 hits instead of 3 when it comes to villages. A really big deal. Voldemar. A big deal here is the fact that he might be getting the majority of relics. 2 more on the way home. I can't believe this. What a play, Voldemar. Gets the relics, has 2 TC. It's a 1 pond on 1 pond, but not for long. Are you kidding me? Voldemar didn't notice this. And it's kind of a sin that he didn't. 99 HP, or 99% rather, on the dock. Isn't going to go up. There is at least 1 here to contest. That's going to force investment from Voldemar. Meanwhile, on land, it looks like the camel plus the lancers was enough to buffer away the Mounted Samurai here. And the proxy Raxes have now been discovered. Voldemar knows. It is going to draw his attention, though, that the annoyance here is if you don't camp here with enough units, new Mounted Samurai can come out and kill you, right? And you can't kill them quickly either. So yeah, has to go for the ram, has to waste time on this now. And while you're wasting time here, look at what Lucifron's up to. More junks playing out. As arrow slits on the way, something you very easily get is the Japanese, and something that Voldemar is going to feel the pain of. Spiral ship does go down to the demo. Well, front walls are up, so safe gold gathering at home from Lucifron. He's got a lot of gold coming in fact. 18 villagers gathering. Where are we switching into next? Looks like we've got more Yumi coming back into production. In fact, he even dropped a Yorishiro. Yumi Spears is kind of intriguing here, actually. It's a little bit dangerous when your opponent has archers like this. I maybe think you go Horseman instead. Mass Horseman plus Yumi is kind of crazy. Instead, though, Lucifron says, why would you do Horseman when Ono Bagisha are just better? Can't argue with that logic. Voldemar is gradually losing this pond, by the way. This is a really big problem. Without this food, he has nothing. Right? Look on land. He has some berries here, and that's kind of it. I think Voldemar is getting a bit tunnel vision here. Demo ship comes in. Detonation, decent. Not enough to finish them all off. Or at least idle them out. Lucifron now has that double dot play. So 2 on 2. Demo ship goes in for the dive. Does get the detonation here. Melee tech's down the way. So this is a good time from Lucifron, right? Getting these melee techs is critical when you want to switch into Onabagisha. He does also now have the Katana Bannerman for the Overwhelm. Now, if Voldemar senses what's happening here, composite bows could save him from getting cooked. He needs to read it correctly, though. Demo. Voldemar on point, actually. Like, I was a little bit worried at first on this pond, but he has recovered it. So Lucifron should get pushed off. But Lucifron is looking to shove elsewhere. He's massing the land army. Interesting, we have a double Sprinkle Pump coming here from Lucifron. I guess you just can't do anything else first, right? You need to deal with the archer ships. In fact, Voldemar right now doesn't even notice. He's going for the mass demo pump. We'll pull them for detonation here, but archer ships have now been removed, and the demo follow-up could actually keep Lucifron on this pond. One comes out. Nice detonation there. Follow-up detonation on the other side, but the Bagler quick to pull up with the man sails. Demos are chasing here. Detonation denial. Meanwhile on land, another Mount Samurai does sneak in. And the other crafty thing here is Lucifron hasn't revealed what he's doing next. Voldemar, the big problem in this game right now is he's kind of riding blind with lack of information. He needs to get in and see what the comp is before it arrives, because once it's in, it's going to be too late. No, Bagisha, like when you swarm 30, 40 of these, if your opponent doesn't have the appropriate reaction, quite often it just turns into a GG snowball, and I would definitely say Voldemar doesn't have the appropriate numbers here. He has no front line to speak of. He only has 14 archers. Crossbows are not a counter to Bagisha. Ammo again. Looks like the last did go down, but guys, it came at a price. Voldemar's been reduced to 5 fishing boats. Meanwhile, Lucifron up at 17. This really hurts the Abbassids. Killing their docks is actually less valuable than killing their fishing boats, because docks are 50% off, right? Fishing boats are full price. It's a very interesting dynamic. When you play against Japanese, killing their docks is more valuable, but when you play against Abbassids, getting the fishing boat kills is more valuable. And he reveals the plan. Onabagisha right in. Wolf's going up to try and make it complicated, but Voldemar makes it simple. He waves the white flag. Vision, his worst enemy here. He was not ready for the ladies. Whew. No one makes Shinto? Is that other landmark from Japs? No, the other landmark is not for Shinto. The other landmark is for Buddhists. And they don't make it because it's bad. Production speed is really, really powerful. I know, like, Balti, I was discussing with Balti, he's like, you really think production speed is important? It's like, yeah, it is. And he wasn't quite convinced. But Japanese's fast castle, mass surge, is really important. Like, with the Yoroshiro being what it is why you'll never see someone do the alternative. Alright, so let me add that to the list of casted games. I'm not sure if any of those are upload worthy. Sup, Philly? KB just said that killing docks is more valuable than killing a infinite gathering res unit. Yeah, because if you kill the docks, they have nothing to drop off at. If you okay, so think about it this way: if you kill a fishing boat of the Japanese, it costs 45 resources, right? They can replace those very easily. Docks dying is substantially more valuable in that matchup because Abbassids killed docks with a ram. That 200 wood investment gets payday. Yo, what's up, Hymenator? How's it going, buddy? Thank you very much for the resub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Voldemar not ready for the ladies, just like in real Jesus, Robin. Ramen, who did you lose to? I can't remember. Was it Voldemar or Dragovan? I was Gully Deckle. My commiserations, mate. Did he get Malians? He didn't get Malians. I'm shocked. Yes, we've already done the Doomy Baltoon set. That can be found in yesterday's recordings. Came straight from work, so you were cooked. Ugh. But he came straight from sleeping in a classroom, bro. Oh, wait, no, it's the weekend. He wasn't even doing that. He came straight from doing his homework. All right, let me have a look here. Were you surprised at all the upsets? I don't feel like there was that many upsets, really. Like what are you trying to what are you trying to highlight? Let's have a look. I don't feel like many of these were upsets. Yo, what's up? The future is ours. Thank you very much for the sub. We've started a train. Choo-choo. Oh, I just remember at some point I need to change the text color. I don't know why it's purple. Purple's horrible. Green is 10 times better. But, like, you know, what upsets are we highlighting here? Corvinus Elyon, I think that was a little bit of an upset, because I think they are on a similar level, in my opinion, anyway, from what I've seen. But maybe, like, Corvinus is kind of curve shots, right? Like, Rocky River usually was really smart. I think, like, his unconventional style helps him there. I thought maybe Mu would get one game here. M7 losing to Mu was a little bit surprising. CSO beating Sassy was not at all surprising. I'd say, like, maybe the fact that Sassy got 2 games there was a bit of a shocker to me. And then, like, what? Nothing else here really stands out. Yeah. I think Miraz's playstyle just doesn't work against Zertin. But the double Elim, how many top guys are in loser's bracket? It's almost like that happens very quickly in this format. Jue versus Cat, that's not a surprise to me at all. Jue has really trended downwards and Cat has trended upwards. Cat is definitely a better player than Jue right now. It's not even close. Like, Cat's playstyle is really, like, Cat is interesting as well because, like, Cat plays kind of a similar playstyle to GUA. It's just his macro, I'd say, is better. But, like, over here, what? PC versus Corvinus, kind of obvious. Battle Team versus Dimu, dude, I kind of warned about this at the LAN, that I thought that they were actually very closely matched. The irony is the way that series began was just basically a revenge arc for Baltoon. For anyone who remembers King of the North, Dimu was able to ruin the draft format for Baltoon by getting that opening game where he surprised him with an English Delhi matchup, right? So Baltoon returns fire by doing the English Delhi matchup in a really weird map. That was really smart. But overall, I just really liked Baltoon's draft. And his execution was really on point. Dry Arabia was really well played. The Holy Island as well is just such a heavily favored. Like, well, heavily might be the wrong word, but like, usually Juji versus Chinese, usually should just win that. They're just a better China in that situation. But outside that, not at all surprised by Vortex versus CSO. I'm just surprised it didn't go 5 games. I actually warned about this on Saturday. I went, this is Vortex versus the Chinese Vortex. CSO is really, really talented. He doesn't get enough praise because everyone's looking at Louis. But it's because Louis' games are more memorable from how long they go. Louis is more of a beastie cutie arc, and CSO is more of a Vortex arc. So I think CSO always looks better when he's playing the early mid game, whereas Louis looks better when he's playing the mid-late game. But Wham versus Cat, I think that was a little bit surprising. I said on the Saturday that I thought Cat would probably take a game, maybe 2. But I was leaning more towards 1 because I think playstyle-wise, right? Like, Cat is more of an all-in type player. Wham is a bit more of a defensive player. You can see that in, like, his gameplay averages compared to his bros, where I think Puppy Paw has evolved into more of an aggressive player again, whereas Wham is a bit more guarded. And Cat looks to exploit guarded players because he's all-in. And then, what, Puppy Paw versus Lash, not surprised at all. I just think Lash's playstyle is more metaized, but sometimes a little bit unoptimal. And Puppy Paw will play very well into that because he plays very, very powerful kind of meta play right now, right? Outside that, Louis MT versus Killjadi, that one was a little bit surprising. I thought Killjadi might get a game there, but I'm not surprised Louis took it. Just looking at the draft for a beginning here is kind of wild, right? Like, Holy Island's in the rotation, and you open with Japanese there instead of saving it for Holy Island, and then you get the English matchup. Like, this to me looks more like a draft win than anything else, actually. I expect Louis to be favored on equal terms when they play, but that to me looks like a draft win. And then, what? Lucifron versus Voldemort, no surprise the outcome. Not surprised by Anatan versus Zertin either. I think Anatan is just, like, Anatan is the best My Insanity AoE 4 player right now. And it's not even close. I think even Mr. will admit that. This kid is something. But yeah, like, lower bracket. Dimu beating Corvinus, not surprising at all. Corvinus, like I said, he tries these kind of crafty outplays and surprises, and that I don't think that works as well against Dimu. Dimu's a very kind of calculated and methodical player. It feels like every time someone tries to do something basically kind of cheesy against him. Dumu is very good at answering that. We saw it against Dragavan time and time again as well, right? Like, Dumu was a very wise boy. Very big brain. Vortex versus Cat. I thought that would be a little bit closer, actually. I think that one surprised me a bit. I thought that would be a 5-game series, but, you know, it's like Cat is an aggressive player. His macro is decent, but Vortex is more all-in-y. And looking at the draft as well, I wouldn't say... Ooh, I actually wouldn't say this was like an outdraft per se. I think Cat got a decent draft. And yeah, we'll probably look at Voldemort versus Zertan later to dissect further, but just a little glimpse at it. Kind of an outdraft again, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what Voldemar's thought process is with Ottomans here. That's really weird. I'm not sure why he keeps leaning Ottomans in these Dry Arabia comp games. But like, Frisian, man, what picks did he... There's no way you didn't have a better pick for Frisian than that, right? Because he picked Zhone and Zertan picks Chinese, which is like such an easy choice. It's either Chinese or Order of the Dragon. Maybe... Okay, I know what happened here. I think Voldemar might have been in his head about the King of the North game where it was like Order of the Dragon and he got his ass whooped. Because I feel like, what I mean by that is I think he expected Order of the Dragon there. That's why he picked Zhone. Because Zhone's really good against Order of the Dragon. She can actually counter them quite well. But... No. In fact, I've heard mixed bags there. Some players think Zhone counters Order of the Dragon and some think the other way. And that probably explains why it's like 50-50. Because I think when I talked to Kiljadi, he said that he likes that matchup for Order of the Dragon. And then when I talked to one of the other players, they like this is really good for Zhone. But I think that the only other thing is like Marlians, but like why would someone pick Marlians there, right? So I feel like Voldemar was expecting Order of the Dragon, so he picked Zhone. But then Chinese just makes it really like, you know, it's pretty easy peasy to defend your corner against Zhone. Honestly, I think you probably would have had a better chance with Ottomans, because then you at least have the spin opening and outpost rush. But the problem is China's just good at repelling that as well, right? It's like, I don't know, man. That second pick is weird. Like when you've got Mongols as well, but China, right? It's like maybe in hindsight, Abbasids. I think Abbasids or Ayabids would have made more sense there with what Zertan has on his draft. Because like you can't go China, like against China you can't go Mongols because like China just mirrors and builds more spears, right? Because they have supervision. It used to be that Chinese versus Mongols was really favored for the Mongol pick, but then players discovered that actually just building Iraqs and spamming units is very easy as China. So yeah, it kind of ruined the matchup entirely for them. So let's have a look. Who are we going to cast next? Kind of spoiled the results, but I think like anyone who wanted to have the results spoiled for themselves had already figured that out. We were going to look at Wham versus Cat was what I want to check out, actually. So let me update the title. In the main event, there is only 2 players. Well, technically, the online thing is part of the main event. And then the finals is on LAN. Or, as the community has referred to it, a show match is on LAN. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate it played out that way, to be honest. I'm a bit heartbroken on it. But yeah. So, it'll be Marine Lord versus someone. And that's what we're trying to figure out. I think I joked the other day that it sounds like a date show. Who's gonna go on a date with Marine Lord? That's what we're here to find out. We have 64 potential candidates looking to deep dive his ass. Who will be the honored guest at a banquet in Spain, munching on tapas across from the existing jib? Last year it was so great. No, it wasn't. Last year there was nothing. You mean 2 years ago? I think people forget just how long ago Wololo Legacy was. Whew. Alright, so give me a sec. I wanted to... We got the draft. Let's go into Wham and Cat's data. Alright, so. Let me check if this is game 1. Cat has to be obnoxious and change his name to Dot because he's edgy and doesn't want people to find him. Let's see. If I click on him... Yeah, dude, your data's not even private. Why are you even doing that, bro? Alright, anyway. Enough of the ramblings. Let's get ready for Wham versus Cat. So they open on Frisian with Chinese versus Abbasids. I actually still think that's a really good matchup for China if they rush castle. And the corner's really easy to rush castle, right? Maybe Abbasids can contest if they go for like the pawns. Especially the further out ones that have more fish. Let's find out. Let's hop into the games. Whoa. And sometimes I get discombobulated by the spawn options, right? Because it's going to be that way or that way. I have to double check myself. Oh, you know what we should do? I know what we should do. One sec. Because I just realized I've been doing it without the logo the entire time. And that makes me a naughty boy. So give me a sec. Because there should be. Or maybe there's not. Wait, let me check. Is RedBull... Maybe RedBull's channels have the caster stuff. They should. Wait, what? I can't find the emblem anywhere. The logo for the tournament. Alright, let me quickly check the handbook and see if it's in there. Nope. The duck? Oh, wait. I can just get it from the thingy. Yeah. That's okay. We can just get it from the Wikipedia. One sec. Let me save that then. Alright, there we go. And then we want to quickly add that in. So B. Go to my pictures and boom. There we go. A little bit tiny. To hide the BO5. Nah, I think we just put it here. There you go. We now look a lot more official. He's for Abbasids? Happened last year with B? You mean 2 years ago? He got banned from the tournament for cheating. Or exploits or whatever. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Doesn't matter because B didn't even play in this one. You know what that logo means. It's RedBull Wololo time. Welcome to the qualifiers, the main event of El Reinado, to see who is going to be going up against Marine Lord. We've got two players deep in the runnings here. Wham! In the north, playing in the red as the Abbasids, opens this series up against 3D Clan's Cat, arguably the top-ranking 3D member, still active in Age of Empires 4, looking to make a deep run for the team. He opens this series on Frizzy Marshes with the Chinese. And this matchup, I actually think this is a good matchup for China. You know, it's going to be fun because I got Kaiser Johan in the chat saying he believes in the power of the Abbasids by going Tradewing. And I agree, Tradewing can be really strong. But what happens when China just rushes castle? Right? Because I feel like this is the type of map where you can very easily just rush castle. And because of the amount of sheep on the map, you get enough to palace guard spam your opponent. So curious to see if that's the way he wants to play it. I think if this turns into like a 2TC game instead from the Chinese, then it will definitely start to favor the Canadian in the north. And we're going to find out very quickly what the Canadian wants to do here. Tradewing makes a lot of sense. You can also do Tradewing as well as fishing, by the way, because something that's really cool on this map is that the further out ponds usually tend to spawn more fish. Unfortunately, well, actually, no, fortunately, good lord. For some reason, that's not the case this time around. We've got a spawn instead where the closer ponds have substantially more fish. This is a bit RNG, actually. I'm not sure how I feel about that with Frizzy Marshes. Because we've had spawns where the ponds out here had like 5 fish in each of them, right? And the close ones had 4. Instead, it's going to be Culture Wing. Okay, so I think Wham is worried about that fast castle build I mentioned. This is a really smart reaction, right? So Culture Wing gives him efficiency getting in the tech up. And I think you don't go 2TC unless your opponent goes 2TC, right? Which sounds really weird, playing like 1TC Abbasids. I don't think I've seen many people do that in this matchup to great success. I think in general, because you just don't see it in this matchup, right? Like, this is a 2TC, 2TC type clash. I'm going to hit the 2x speed here. Because now with this opening, I don't expect either player to get aggressive straight away. Will that 7 fish on the pond justify a dock? Quite possibly. It's 8, in fact. Some matchups, you can go for it. You could actually get a dock drop here that I think would only delete 1 of the fishing. But a lot of players just kind of neglect it. Usually when you do see the fishing coming out, it's sneaked, right? You go out to the far ponds and drop it there. So I think, like, for example, B versus Anatan had a great game of Frisian where that was done by B. And Anatan didn't know about it until, like, 15 minutes in the game. The other reason is it's so far out that even if your opponent does scout that you've got it here, he can't come here, right? Because if you come out to these docks to deny it, you're not denying the main. So tech up complete, fresh food stuff's in, and it is going to be the 2TC. So wham. 2TC fast castle then. It has to be with Culture Wing, right? I can't think of any other reason you do this. Barbican now coming up, so we should be getting, what, a mirrored move here? You could theoretically just rush castle, though, right? Because this Barbican now protects the pond. It's going to escalate your eco slowly but surely. There is a lot of viability behind the idea of just getting up as quickly as possible as the Chinese. Because now the Abbasids are kind of stuck, right? They need to build that second TC, and then they need to tech up. That takes a long time. And there we go. Why go for a dock when you go for a TC? A very expensive dock, if you will. Does also protect the gold, so nicely placed there. Barbican should mean that Wham doesn't try anything offensive related in this age. It just wouldn't work. I don't know, man. I kind of like Cat's build. Right? He's actually going stables. That's a little bit ambitious. Your opponent could quite quickly react with racks here. Outpost should be good enough to hold it back initially. And remember, it's like the Abbasids, going racks here is a really good thing anyway. You need spears potentially to deal with lancers. You want to get into potentially Gulums, which are solid actually up against a lot of what China tries to do. Looks like the Horsemen are going to reveal themselves. Going to stick on the 2x speed here for the early game, as things are starting to escalate. Wham will be looking for that fast tech up. Preservation knowledge is already prepped. I think you just go military wing here. Gets rid of the initial Horseman. Guarantees no issue with lancers down the line. Also then gives you a Raider. Trade wing also works surprisingly well at this stage, guys. So the logic being is that you get 4 instead of 3. And armored caravans is kind of crazy when your opponent's trying to mass feudal like this. It's a lot of armor, but military wing just, of course, has to win out. Cat going all in like this is kind of surprising. I don't know. I'm always curious in this situation, especially when we've got some pros in the chat to get their feeling. Because I feel like this doesn't work. It's a bunker buster build, but you're not busting quickly. Double ram now being built up. I mean, the Chuganu mash should be good enough to deal with the initial camera riders. Wham does need to consider getting a reaction prepped ahead of time. It looks like it is going to be a play into the stables. So let's just go into mass cav immediately. I'm going to slow things down a little bit here. Because the thing is that this should escalate very quickly. Cat can't wait. He can't bide his time until he's got 30, 40 Chuganu. The game will be over by then. Especially considering that you're up against a Civ that can build siege with the infantry. And you should be expecting infantry, right? Like there's a 70-80% probability that an Avasa player is going to have some layer of infantry, whether it's archers or Gulums. It looks like it's going to be Gulums. Ram is garrisoned. I think we've got a clown car boy here. Cat trying to get cheeky and cheesy. Wham, maybe blocked off the goal, but look at what he's got. He doesn't have to care. This feels overzealous. I don't think Wham should be reacting like this right now. Just kind of allow the outpost to go down. You've got plenty of gold in reserve. Losing the TC might be a bigger problem, though. Also stunning those villagers here. Wham, a little bit slow on the pullback. Is going to pay a price for it. Lancers are now being queued up, as are the Gulums. TC looking like it's going to go down here. That outpost broke a connection, so there's no fire armor. Repairs coming from the other side. Cat still starting to break this down, though. The Chiganu are going to force the villagers back inside. And they aren't going to be inside for long. So it looks like town center is going to be going down. Villagers cannot easily run away here. Wham! I don't know if he's got enough here. He's going to have to. Lancers, Guillims march out. Interesting that he doesn't target down the camel riders that have no armor. There we go. This is the paper shredder, right? Actually switches over the Lancers now. It's much better to just kill the camel riders. It takes you much less time. Their attack speed is better. Yes, their base damage is lower. It's just an overall better trade. Instead, he fixates on that Lancer. Meantime, this has bought time. Wham moves back out to the gold. This is critical to stay alive. However, he's out of troops. One Gulam, one Lancer. We might have a very quick game number 1, and I think a lot of people would not have expected it to play out this way. The Chinese all in. I had my doubts as well. I really thought that Wham would have enough time to just maybe prep a Manjanique. You know, open archers, right? Because archers scale really well against Shiganu. And you get them vetted up, especially if it's just to get that initial mango online. The Lance is now diving in. Shiganu with a start step back. Spearmen have also arrived, and the worst case scenario here for Wham, instead of the Gulams attacking the spears, they waste time on the Lancers. Ram's also just wasting his attention. Kind of surprised he's not attacking more here. Undermesh is now coming in, by the way, but this shouldn't matter. Like, actually, Undermesh is just kind of a waste of resources here. I guess no, it doesn't even matter for the Gulams. There's no reason to prioritize it here. Because remember, the Chikanu have lower base damage than standard archers. So against archers, Undermesh is important because it basically reduces the damage by half. But with Chikanu, they've already been reduced down to 1 damage per shot. So yeah, with limited gold, kind of a waste of, what, 125 I think it is? Another TC, Wham. If the first one don't work, build another. And the crazy part is look at Cat's eco after building this many units. Wham, finally building the mango that really felt like it was needed a long time ago. I mean, it's just difficult if you haven't got the units there, right? You don't want to build spears to begin with. I kind of get where the issue came. I do have to wonder if in hindsight, archers would have seemed better to him, but you have to remember that with Cat opening with the stables and showing horsemen, that kept Wham away from the idea of getting archers in the first place. Now, astronomical clock tower on the way. So many troops camp at the side here. TC was also cancelled. He's basically playing Chinese TCs now. Oh my god. If Wham gets out of this, he's a miracle worker. This is definition crotch stomping. Veterancy now on the way for the Chiganu. Supervise that and you can easily start diving again. Well, at least Undermesh now helps. And what is up, Matt500? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, brother. I don't know, man. Wham looks more chalked than the climber's hands right now. He's kind of going to wish he actually had the level 2 ranged armor now. Because it should matter with the Chiganu upgrade on the way in. Mango does get a good hit. But we've seen this story a million times before, right? You think that the Mango counters the Chiganu. Logically, it should. Why am I pausing before saying anything? You know why I'm pausing. If that Mango comes out just a little bit, just a itsy bit. Chiganu also now upgraded. So up to 6 damage. That means these Gulams will feel a little bit of a sting. Ranged armor, actually, sorry. Why do I think it was +2? It can be +2, right? I think Cat should prioritize that now. Balanced projectiles +2 is really good here. Doubles your damage, so you go from doing 3 damage per Chiganu to a Gulam to 6 damage. Which is insane, by the way. I'll never let them get away from this. It is ultra dumb. Remember when people were like, oh my god, Onobugisha OP, look how quickly they attack. It's not like they get +1 damage, it's almost like they get +1.25 because their attack speed is so good. What about these guys? Nice. Now looking for the grab. Wham actually doesn't have a knight counter. Oh, and the exposed economy. Mango does clip on the Chuganu. Lancers are going to start riding in for the kills. And the whole way through this, Cat has maintained that eco lead. Still 6 ahead. Never built a second TC, by the way. This is all just one China. Chuganu. Of course, the reality is you could build more Rams, but who needs Rams when you've just got repeated crossbows? Such a dumb game. These are the type of games that make me bitter. Can I get 1s in chat if people hate Chuganu? 2s if you're a Chuganu spammer. Still, in my eyes, probably the second dumbest unit in the game, only eclipsed by the absurdity that is a Great Bombard. Gilliam's as a reaction just doesn't feel good, but you can't build spears against this either. Lancers go for the ride-in. Villagers basically having to get ready to repair onto the Mango. This is his last stand, his last hope. The dive comes in. Sure, there's not many Chuganu left over, but look at the Lancer surge here. It's a full transition, and the Lancers are going to win it out. Game 1, no doubt about it, is going to be going to the Russian, as he rushes in to kill the Canadian. No one saw this coming. Up against the Canadian, one of the favorites here, but Cat is letting people know they got to put some credence on the Kitty Cat's name. Oof. Damn. Add Mountain Samurai to the list. I find Mountain Samurai less absurd than like Chuganu and yeah, nah. It's powerful, but it's not as absurd in my eyes. When you need to attack a Canadian, you send a Russian. Mongols. All right, so let me get game number 2 ready here. Let's get a point on the board for the illustrious Meow. Well played, Mr. Kitty Cat. So where are they going next? Game number 2 is going to be on Gorge. Okay, Delhi Ibid. This is a much better matchup now for Wham. Great Bombards are fine. Chule Nu are by far the dumbest. No, I'm going to stick with Great Bombards as my number 1 stupid unit. You just don't think they're stupid right now because Ottomans can't get to the late game. But when they do, it is by far... Actually, we forgot about Nesta Bees. How can we forget about Nesta Bees? Nesta Bees is up there in number 3, I guess. Chinese hand cannons on a stone wall? No, that's still more reasonable than the 3 I just listed. You're not going to get me off this. I trick it. Like, you know, I am on a mission. We had it in the cast, right? Like, Cracky's like, I want HRE nerfs. It's like, well, I want China nerfs. It's like, we're going to stand in each other's way? No, let's work together. Kneecap both of them. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I mean, there's some prolific Chinese HRE spammers that will not be, but I'm fine with that. You love Nesta Bees? Wait, you can't love one and hate the other. You gotta hate both. That's a rule. Gully is 100% Ibids, I think. And we can explain why. Well, let me flip that around, Wham. You don't get points that easily. This is from the lips of a top 100 player. I am never 100% sure what Civ is better in Ibid versus Delhi, but I know that it's always really one-sided. Time to educate even the top players. One and all, welcome back to the AO4 action. Game number 2 in this series between Cat and Wham. And Cat already surprising everyone by taking the first game here. Not sure he's going to be able to take game number 2, though. Ibid players have quickly become the kryptonite for Delhi in recent weeks. I think players for a while were kind of going for the fast castle-esque builds, but Ibid players have been warming up to the idea of feudal. And in fact, they've been looking insane playing it. The biggest thing that I think a lot of players clocked in this matchup is that going Growth Wing and Feudal Age is really, really powerful. So keep an eye out for that choice. If Wham decides to go for a feudal all-in approach where he just gets the growth wing and plays the age, I think he should be favored here with a stronger economy. Because those extra villagers give you this thrust point to block out the sacred sites, at which point Delhi just don't have an economical edge over you. If, however, Wham decides to build outposts and just go castle age, that's where the Delhi can actually wiggle their way back in. Well, the whole argument that if Delhi play well, they can beat Ayabids. Like, you can say that about any Civ though, right? That's why we play out games and don't just say it's a draft win. But I do think that, you know, Wham should be expected to be able to play to the level of Cat, right? Wham is the type of guy that we're not surprised now to see make it into semifinals. So with that in mind, you know, I expect him to kind of optimize around this initial fight. Typically, you want to open with Growth Wing, build a Desert Raider, or maybe open Horseman, then go Desert Raider. And I just spat RedBull all over my monitor. I don't think that's going to come out. Well, it did get buffed. I think Wham has experienced too many Fey games on the ladder. We've got Trade Wing Advisors on the way for the Ayabids. What an unexpected turn. Now, the question mark is, does this turn into a feudal get present game, or does it turn into a fast castle now, though, right? Because, like, if you're playing feudal presence, Ghazi are already better, so Adabegs is just trying to balance you out, right? I guess you could go Spear Archers, logic being 20% more health, kind of offsets 15% attack speed from the Delhi, right? And then you do have the Golden Age, which gives you an extra 10% gathering overall. So theoretically, even without the Growth Wing on your side, the extra health can be good enough to get a whip. I do think the problem here, though, is if you make a mistake with which buildings you want to place those Adabegs in, it's basically GG. That's the big problem I have right now. Is like Adabegs feel really dog crap because you can't ungarrison them. And I really have to question why. Right? Really think about this for a second, guys. Why can a Delhi player take a scholar, place him in a building, ungarrison him from a building, and garrison another building, or send him out into the map to do objectives like capturing sacred sites or heal units, right? For 130 gold maximum. But an Ayabid player has to select a specific wing to get these Adabegs. They get 3 of them to begin with, cool. But then, should they change their choices down the line, they need to delete the building to get a new Adabeg, which is 150 resources lost, and then they need to build another Adabeg for 200 resources. Reminder, these guys also cannot capture sacred sites, they cannot heal units, they just buff the health on units coming out of buildings. Like I'm not a mathematician. Some people would say I'm more of a mathematician here. But if I can come to that basic conclusion, I'm starting to think that it's squirrels and janitors running the World's Edge office. Because that right there is something that needs to be righted immediately. Can be garrisoned / ungarrisoned. That simple for change. Right, clip it, ship it, stick it on Reddit. Someone make sure it gets bloated up and gets the devs' attention. I keep telling them this. First Adabeg out. The others are just on parade right now. Second stable's coming, so he's actually prioritizing it for the stables. Like what? I think you prioritize 2 stables, 1 archery range, right? This is kind of cool though. Remember the horsemen with this type of health buff, it puts them sort of on par with Ghazi. Right, look at the health. 150 health, meanwhile on the other side, 140. I say on par, sort of, because remember, your base damage is substantially worse. The difference maker, however, is that the Ghazi costs more. So, realistically, if this just turns into cavalry mass on each side, especially with the horseman buff, Wham could just wipe him. And now, guaranteed. That one Desert Raider, the Camelanies alone, guarantees that you are the one with the better Ghazi. Oh, this is such a cool build, man. I never expected this. Yes, that's true. Ayabids, such a cool and flexible civ. Except for Adabegs. And Master Smiths. And Industry Wing. And Trade Wing. Oh, God. Yeah, they got some problems. tap that one horseman. Come on, please. He doesn't want to risk it because he gets pinched, right? Goes in for it now. Okay, so waits a little bit longer, kind of gets a worse trade for it. Heavy damage on him. He can at least pull these guys back and heal them, the scholars. Double blacksmith feels like a little bit of a mistake here. I feel like you need spearmen. Going double blacksmith delays your timing and gives Wham more control on the map. At a point in the game where you're prepping to come out, look at this. Sanctity is about to complete in 20 seconds. Desiree, in the meantime, is going to go down. Or it did last for a while. A little bit of ring of roses here. Actually, good fight coming out from the deli. Did Wham trickle reinforcements, or was he experiencing gaps here? Because I feel like there should have been more units coming than that. Maybe... Oh, that explains it. Yeah, he's shifting villages out now, and he spent 150 wood here. If you think about it, guys, that's an extra stable unit, right? That's an extra horseman. Okay, so it's actually just going to be the Desert Raider from the archer range then. I like that you've done that, by the way. You might be wondering why not just build a third stables, because you can build Desert Raiders out of either stables or archery ranges. It's transitional, right? So when he goes archers later, he has a different unit that's getting buffed health. If he has to go for a tech up and then goes archers, they're going to be healthier. If he decides he needs crossbows for a reason, you know, just kind of all lines up quite nicely there. So definitely a smart choice. And we have got the archers transition coming in now from Cat. First Sacred Site is being targeted. Wham's initial fight there should have given Cat the ability to claim this without much resistance. Saying that horsemen are going to try to poke though. Cat just kind of needs to bide his time until he's got probably about 7 archers together. That's when this Desert Raider can't last very long in the fight. Say that. Wham's already ahead of me, man. Second Desert Raider out. Alright, this is kind of getting a little bit scary now, folks. He's got additional berries. He's keeping his gathering rates, just mirroring what's happening over here. On top of that, the Golden Age is making it better for him. And it's not just the horsemen that are benefiting, right? Like, Desert Raiders getting an extra 24 health is pretty substantial here. It's an extra hit to kill them from the Ghazi. And that matters a lot when you consider the way the lines spread out. So, like, maximum you can get, what? 3 units potentially hitting 1 if you target it specifically. Flash coming in now. Love that. The horsemen kind of push through, so then the Desert Raiders are the least exposed here. Ghazi are going to commit in, and now, right now, he's frontlining with archers as well. Desert Raider's just not dying quick enough. Big mistake made in the fight, and Cat needs to get out. This is way too many red troopers. It's just not a desirable trade. Just look at the damage here. It's like Ghazi risk getting wiped. What a read. What a timing by Wham. And the horseman even peels off to try and deal with the skull. That forces the recommitment of the Ghazi. Health bars are looking terrible here. Oh my god. And it's about to get worse. Scholar goes down. He recommits the fight. It's not one you can win, though. The number's already 2 against you. Cat. It looks so good for a moment, but now it looks brutal here. He lost 1 scholar, guys. That's a really big deal here. He didn't capture a sacred site. He can't queue up more. This also means he can't afford to sit here and heal damage done on the Ghazi. And after the reset, look at the difference maker now. 9 horsemen, extra Desert Raiders coming. You could try to pivot archers normally, but when your opponent is doing mass cavalry like this, it's not desirable. I genuinely think he needs spearmen. What? Or you could go more archers and a sprinkling of spears. I get what Cat is trying to do. I just don't think he has the time to do it. Look at Wham's resources. He's getting ready for attack. And he has all the options, guys. This could be advancement wing, it could be growth wing. Remember, he kept all those potential options open. Even, you know, military wing if you're feeling crazy. The only negative right now, the only reason why Wham has to make this transition, by the way, is because he doesn't have blacksmith techs. That's why he doesn't want to play an extra long feudal. The negative is it is going to offer up an opportunity for Cat to finally get on the map and finally grab a sacred site. Outpost coming up, and it's going to be advancement wing. Oh, baby, we're getting ready. And remember, because he opened Adabegs into 2 stables, these Camel Lancers are going to be stacked. They get 20% more health. That puts them up to 276 HP. That is more than a Camel Rider has. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's 210 plus 20%, right? So still ridiculously impressive, though, 252. And remember, Camel Riders are 270 with no armor. Camel Lancers have armor. All of a sudden, the complaints about Camel Lancers being worse knights is removed because normal knights have 230 HP. Kind of feels like Wham is exploiting the fact that Cat is now scared on the map. Right? He's moving his army one by one. He's not trying to flank or move anywhere. And I'm not going to be warned about maths by an NA boy, alright? I've seen NA math in esports. Don't at me. You should feel right at home when my numbers fill his bow. Ooh, villager gets scattered out. Now, Horseman is going to get sniped down, but look at the immediate pivot. Wham goes south side. I think Cat is attempting a mirror to the north. There's not many villagers out here. In fact, they're going to vacate the entire area. Tech up now about to complete. Advancing Wing has completed. And that means Cat is running out of time here. Camel Lancers immediately queued up. Love the Golem detail as well. As a defensive unit, very powerful here. And not countered by anything on the field. Like, Golems in choke points can't counter Golems at all. Yeah, guys, Golems in choke points can't be countered by Ghazi at all. Words today. You knew what I meant. The only thing really missing here is Blacksmiths, but that's usually the cardinal sin of most IBID players. They always lack the timing on that. I think Cat, is he really going for an all-in? No, it's just this last tech he can get. I was going to say, you can't really ram rush this base now. It's too late. If anything, you need to, pivot into a tech up, but he doesn't have much gold trickling in. Ghazi are trying to find some raid options, but none to be found here. And just look at the health pool. 252 HP. Shunts into the fight. Now, if you frontline with the Lancers and then send the Horseman around the side, you get a really good engagement here. Pulls it back towards the Golems, though. Ghazi count. Not looking great. Decap attempt on the side is going to be blocked out by the spears. Frontline is holding for the moment for Cat. Wham may have jumped the gun slightly in the timing here. Remember, that's mainly because the Horsemen have been thrown away. The Lancers are still alive. The Golems can break through. And Cat needs to get out of here. Wait, what? Dude, Wham is styling. Just small details like this. Sees he's being attacked and just pulls away to idle the villagers. Not just that. Horseman now moving to block the Sacred Site caps. This is really problematic, right? Because he needs these berries. He needs this area deer as well. If Wham pivots the fight to the south side, he can starve Cat out of this game. That's why Cat is reacting to the raid. Lance is now moving around. Decap in the center in the meantime. He has to give it over. Archer's now also being queued up by Wham. He prepped the upgrade very early, actually. A little bit surprised how early. Usually you like to get a few archers out before getting veterancy. Camel Lancers with the dive in. Villagers. I don't know why they're running towards the outpost. That ain't safe. Tries to hide behind the Ghazi, but not a desirable fight for them either. A good hit there. Eco lead now built for Wham. And no rush towards relics, by the way. I love this detail. Against the Delhi, just pivoting Dervish here can kind of kill you. Unless you see that they're being greedy. We can see that Cat is just putting everything into army right now. Definitely a miss macro here. 950 wood is an ugly thing to see. But I think that's kind of the compilation of these raids over here, right? Blocking the food time and time again has left Cat pretty inefficient on his resource spread. Wham. Only a few spears here. It does feel like Wham is rushing out ahead of his timing here to defend the front of his base each time. I mean, that's a lot of Camel Lancers to throw away, guys. Wham is still ahead, but this is kind of getting worry, right? I think he's throwing away a lot of what he has. Just trying to swat the numbers. To a certain degree, it's kind of working. Your opponent is building less archers. So I think, like, long-term, the goal now for Wham is to pivot into mass archers, which can beat everything. Meantime, though, he's going to get punished a little here. Villagers Oh, no man's land. Cat? Wait. What? Whiffed opportunity there. Probably 2 villager kills that could have been reaped. Instead, other side of this, it looks like there's raid after raid coming in. Lancers find additional villagers unguarded. That's now a 10 villager lead for the Ibids. Can't have to retreat like this. Worst case scenario. Scholar once again blocked trying to cap that sacred site. If he doesn't start fighting now, he's going to lose too many archers. Lancers with the pullback. Golems can easily hang around here. Spearmen are being baited to the front side of the fight, and they are in melee engagement, which means the Camel Lancers can just charge in for free. That's it. Dude, he's broken him. There's nothing left. Cat knows it as well. He calls GG. The Canadian strikes back swift in this best of 5. Ooh. Yeah. Kind of a wild one there. I mean, that one gets uploaded on its own, right? Like, that was... out of picks, dude. I don't know, man. I bet it's broken still. I don't know if I go that far. Adabeg's build different. I don't know what I'm going to call that on the title, though. It's going to be something to do with, like, fighting the Delhi, right? Adabeg's... I don't know if you go by Adabeg. Wait, what? Oopsie. Gully is fighting Dimmy right now. He isn't in RedBull Wololo, and we were catching up the RedBull Wololo games, so... too bad. You don't play ranked? No. Better for my sanity. Why did I do that to myself? Right? Like, Vortex was number 1 on the leaderboard. He has no hair. Dimu was number 1 on the leaderboard. He has no hair. Beastie was number 1 on the leaderboard. He has no hair. It inevitably leads to you losing all your hair. Okay? And that's the one quality I have. So I think I'm just thinking of a title for that, because that one's definitely uploadable. New Iabed build. Can fight anyone in feudal. There we go, that works. Oh, is it worth it? I mean, dude, like, the thing is as well, like, why do I care about ranking up? You know, I keep explaining this to people, like, what is your goal by ranking up? Like, I'd rather just have fun. Find someone that I can have fun doing. I'm not planning to go pro. I had this in, like, so many different games. Had it in Apex, had it in Dota 2. Had it in some CODs. I grind the top rank. It's like, well, I'm not going to compete. I haven't got that time. So, huh? What's that? Sorry, just double checking something. Just double checking, sorry. Alright, need to mesh those guys back later. Alright, let's get the next game up. Switch over the draft. Need to test KP's balls. Could probably beat him one-handed. I mean, yeah, I'm like average sized. Oh, you meant in game. I thought you meant beat my. Anyway, I mean, considering I don't play, yeah. But I'd shit all over Philisberta in Battle Aces, so... we can point fingers left, right, and center if you want. I'd also crap all over him in Overwatch, in Apex Legends, Dota 2. Should I keep going? Dawn of War, Red Alert 2, Age of Myth. Should I keep going? You can have this one game. I'm fine with it. Super vibe. See, the fun thing for me is I'm that annoying prick in the friend group that like picks up a new game and is fairly good at it. Not saying to be cocky, like I'll have a friend that'll hard sweat it and eclipse me. But like the first few weeks, I'm insufferable. Also, why do you want to see me get destroyed? Bruh, what? I mean, I've said I'd maybe do like a rank series if I get a new PC. I'm hoping to hear something on that this week. Hopefully. Because I'm getting to the point where I'm just beginning to internally mold because I have been left hanging for months now. So fingers crossed that does come together. One sec. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting messed on the side by a bunch of things. Arab, Japanese. Woo. Wait. Oh, well, yeah, I was about to say. You made it sound like Ibids. No. Byzantine's Japanese. I don't know. This is like a dunk for Byzantines, right? Yeah, I think so. Because like Byzantines just have a more aggressive timing. Japan takes too long. All right, let's find out, shall we? See, I'm trying to think what cat can do in this game. Doesn't even have a good spawn. Like, look at all the food. Sheesh. Oh, and the gold as well. Okay, we're going to get ready for this one. This is... Alright, this is going to be brutal. I think Japanese are about to experience a beatdown global here because Byzantines are coming for him. The Canadian is coming for him. Wham! Takes the mantle of the true Roman Empire. Meanwhile, 3D Clan's cat has revolved his strategy around the Japanese in game number 3 of this best of 5 here in RedBull Wololo El Reinado. And the spawn is cruel, man. Like, I think this is a very hard game for Japan. You can't play feudal, you have to play fast castle, but look at the resources. You've got double gold vein right next to each other. If you're against a Mongol player, you'd weep right now. You've got berries on the fort as well. The deer are also on the fort. You've at least got one retracted, but it's beyond the tree lines. Cat's got his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, look at Wham's side. Not that he needs to be worried, but he got a back-spawning berry and a back-spawning gold. This is insane. And what? Look at the deer and the berries. I'm struggling to find a single bad thing about Wham spawn in this game. And he has the better civ already. Damn, that's brutal. We'll have to see what cat can cook. Now, the reason why this is pretty Byzantine favored is that you have to rush fast castles Japanese. And if you have exposed resources like this, Byzantine can open with lombos and just pressure you off of them, right? It's very difficult to protect them because you are going to have to go double outpost. Whenever you're against lombos, you have to go double outpost. Same vibe as same with Japanese. Yes, you can get the arrow slits for free, courtesy of the fact you gather stone when you gather gold. The issue is you would have to place the outposts forward to block longbows harassing. And if you place the outposts forward, when longbows dive, your villagers can't just garrison straight away. So most players will look to drop the outposts here and here. And that gives a small exposure point, usually between the two outposts where lombos can poke. So yeah, kind of a difficult one. Then also the food on the front. We need to check sheep because that's going to be a big deal. 7 on one side, 11 on the other. So Cat does at least have that food source to work with. What worries me is that he's starting on the sheep, not on the berries. So he's going to have to contest this because it's not feasible to build outpost, outpost, and then another outpost and an outpost here. That's way too expensive. You think Jaffros are better? I'm not convinced of that. Lombos feel better, right? So you're talking about 25 damage compared to 24 damage. Oh, sorry, 32. Sorry, why do I think the damage was 6? Yeah, sorry, 25 damage compared to 32. Because it's 8 base, right? But the thing with jabs is you get 1 less, so blacksmith text is less advantageous. Getting saturation is slower. And I think lombos in general just can feel a lot better at blocking out some choices your opponents can make, right? Like, if you have longbows, it's a bit hard to go things like Onabagisha. The other thing is also the follow-up. Like, if your opponent spams Ona Begisha and you have a few Landsnet, you can just swipe them. You swipe harder than Tinder. Oh, look, Philly agrees. It's actually crazy just how good they are. Even against Samurai, they're not bad to layer in. And another kind of interesting thing here is Samurai versus Rangian. Samurai do inherently have an edge to begin with once you get into Odachi. But the teardrop shields and also the production speed of the Byzantines kind of ramps them up. I think that's the biggest issue you have in this matchup, is Japanese is the delayed surge point with the Yoroshiros to produce a lot of units. Byzantines ramp up very stably and aggressively from an early point, especially if they have map control. Camels do really well against Mount Samurai. The problem with the Camel Rider idea is getting enough of them. Camel Rider is inferior good, but you don't have that much olive oil at that point. Even less so now with the Olive Grove build. And also, once again, Longbow is just better. Right? Because like, if your choice is in that early mid-game, choosing to spend your resources on range units or melee units, you'll spend it on range units. And also, with Camel Rider versus the Samurai, the Mount Samurai versus Camel Riders, the deal there is like both of those units should be aiming to raid. Camel Riders are just worse raiders than Mount Samurai. That's the biggest problem you have there. And because you can't get Camel handling until you get Age 4, you don't have the movement speed to force Mount Samurai to fight you. So Outpost 1 is up. Now, it's kind of sad what's happened here to Cat. If this gold was more hugged towards the towards the tree line, you might be able to get away with a single outpost defense, but he's going to need a second one here. Because like Lombos could walk here and snipe as well. And what? Hold up. We've got a Silk Road Enjoyer. Well, that changes things dramatically, because if actually Cat scouts this now, he doesn't need double outpost defense. One would be decent enough. Berries also being gathered. I wonder what Wham's thought process is here. Well, Javs are quicker, right? Like that's the argument in favor of them, is that Longbows are 1.12 and Javs are 1.25. So they reach the enemy base at an early phase. I think that's what he's leaning to, is the idea that he can get there a bit quicker, so he has a better chance of blocking the gold. And also, if you think about it, like if your opponent builds double outposts to keep the Longbows away, he will eventually tech up. It's expensive, but he will eventually tech up. If you go for javelins and you rush undermesh, you can dive the outpost. You don't care. That's kind of cool, man. And if you think about the entire comp, it's all designed to dive. Limitane have the shield wall. Javelins have inherently high ranged armor. Everything about this strat is how do I go into his base when he's trying to hide. That's a cool build. I would have thought like Lombos is historically more safe here, and you just play for the mid-game fight. But this looks like Wham is trying to stop him from even reaching that point. In fact, we have Cairo Siphons on the way. Wham's trying to end this game before Castle Age is truly online. What a cool build, man. And he got that so quick as well, right? Dialecticus. Means he can also ramp into Undermesh super fast here. Jabs arrive. Villagers are going to have to shuffle back. And I think you build it right underneath his nose. Because now this is tough, right? Like you see Limitani, you see Javelins. You can't react with Mounted Samurai. Samurai is probably your best shot here if you're Cat. I think if he opens Mounted Samurai, he's probably just dead. Has got gold gathering in the back though, so if you wanted to go Mounted Samurai, he at least wouldn't run out of resources from that POV. Scout is going to move in for the block though. The other awkward issue is he could just peel a Javelin to come down here and kill the villager now. Oh, Wham made a mistake though. Scout's low HP, so we'll have to run through. Tech up now on the way, and it is indeed going to be the Rats play. So here's what you do here, guys. I don't think even Samurai. You just own a Bagisha. You don't need that much gold to own a Bagisha. And you have got gold coming in the corner. This is not the quickest tech up, though. And Wham, he's looking to snake around the back here. There is another wall up. The scout knows about the gold in the corner, though. So Wham knows what his target is here. So he moves on in. Second wave can guard the forward resources. Car Siphon. Oh, this is sick. If he goes towards the TC or the racks, he can start burning the villagers. Instead, oh my god, dude. I've seen this before, and this is brutal, guys. He can't Euroshiro drop that. It's so risky. He needs a solution to the Car Siphon. In fact, if Wham just builds a second Car Siphon here, he can ruin the Japanese. Instead, he goes around the back, moves to the wall. Little bit surprised there isn't a second ram here. Deleting this racks the moment it gets Euroshiro dropped is huge. But it looks like it's going to be the Samurai, so no Unabagisha spam. Does he have the food for this? He's got 15. It's feasible. Villager does get sniped. And oof, good thing he actually rallied here. If the Euroshiro's already dropped in, this is a liability. The Car Siphon's still so damn healthy. And wait, why is Cat not responding? He needs more people in the wood if he wants to just build a new one. I don't know, man. This feels a little bit rough. Farm also now on fire, which means he's not going to be getting the wood trickle. He's going to get newer farms. Gold has now been blocked out. And tech up now on the way. So Wham, he may not look to end the game with feudal, but he sure as hell can end it in castle. Yorishiro drop is going to be in. Another problem here is Cat can't access any food but these sheep, right? He can use about 3 farms here safely. The rest can be blocked by javelins. And I can't believe this. He's actually going after the flowing gate with 1 Car Siphon. It sounds kind of wild. It sounds a bit crazy, but when he's got the javelins nearby, it's very hard for villagers to repair. Even if they have to repair, it's so expensive. Damn, this is crazy. Wait, did the ram just go, ha? Okay, maybe not. I'm imagining things. I love the fact he's blocking the deer. We talked about this. All the resources are forward, right? Cat's going to need a lot of food to get out of this jam. Javelin. Looks like 1 samurai did come down here, so he does see that. However, I love the pullback. Remember, Car Siphons are ranged, man. They don't have to be right on top of target. This guarantees that the samurai can't dive out to it. It'd be too expensive at this stage. You might have to, though. Goes to the commitment. No Adachi tech. Samurai are just going to target down. Car Siphon goes for the pullback, though. I mean, javelins could be whittling away at this. Remember, the veterancy is in, so very high base damage. 11 per shot here. Wow, I'm now prepping the crossbows at home. He also has map control, so Relics is on the menu. Remember, he does have the Grand Winery for that. Just as I say that, First Monk does get queued up. Damn. Such a scary game for Cat. You'd think he'd be confident because he has 11 samurai, but just doesn't feel that way. And wow, he actually did get it on fire. 1 Car Siphon versus 1 landmark. It's not a bad deal. And that means you have to waste wood now repairing this. Meanwhile, it's time to waste some villages. Backstab attempt's going to come in. Cat quick to shift away. New outpost defense going up on the forward. And wait, Cat? Cat, no. No. He didn't realize. He will get another Euroshiro out before it dies, I think. Actually, will he? This is going to be absurdly tight. If he doesn't realize, he might just whiff and miss out on Euroshiros altogether. Remember, if it goes down, you need to repair it to full to get Euroshiros again. And he's at what, 2 now? Oh, God. He'll at least be able to get the 3rd. Little game of cat and mouse going on. It's only samurai, though, and the crossbows will be arriving soon. Euroshiro is at least going to come out, but I can't believe this, man. Dude, he's actually kind of losing the game. Thank God. 1 villager pulled. That's still so expensive. 18 javelins at this point, though. And they have an ability to kite. Crossbows now in the mixer is another big problem. Rangian will begin the dive. A little bit of a misclick there by Wham. Another Car Siphon could do wonders here. Jabs. With the 5 armor. Reminder that each of those arrow slits is doing 1 damage. Just how tanky the javelins get. So we have got some samurai sneaking around, but Wham, already aware of the weaknesses here, has walled himself in ahead of time. Onabagisha switch is now on the way. Now, usually this would be a solid solution against what Wham is doing, but he's starting to escalate Varangian production now. Javs now starting to move in. It's going to force some idle time. A few villagers going down here. Wham being methodical about this. Relic's also now being grabbed for by Cat. First one now to start being dragged back here. And it looks like he's finally going to try to move out into the flank resources. This could get dangerous, though. Alright, Fablob is talking a lot of smack. He better be beating Phil's Bodo in Season 9. Carry Siphon now on the way. Looks like the raid attempt is going to be a whiff. I think there was a select all army earlier, because Cat should have been here much... Wait. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Villagers dodge out. A measured reaction, 2 Varangian, 1 crossbow to go up. Don't you just love bugged walls? I'm waiting for the rant when someone loses a game because of those in a tournament. It's going to happen. Double Kara Siphon though. We already saw the damage that one could do. Cat's answer needs to be fierce and fast here, but although he's got some fast ladies coming, they don't look very ferocious when there's only 9. This is going to be such a hard hold. Cat now under pressure. The barbecue has been turned on. The heat in the kitchen may become too much to bear here. Gold is basically unsafe in this type of game. He needs to re-wall. He's taking risks already on the flank with the berry gatherers. Looks like Wham is focused on brute forcing this down the center, though. Javelins, they peel off. Wham, he knows something's not right here. The house is going to confirm it, and the villagers are out in no man's land against a unit that hits for 12 damage per strike. The chase is on. Wham should be able to get, what, probably 3 villagers here. He's not stutter-stepping, though. So maybe an opportunity to minimize the losses for Cat. He's going to have to defend fast on the front. Mango does come out. Kyra Siphons in the meantime, just going for the pop block. In fact, it looks like Cat is getting overextended a little here. The Mango is a really cool play, actually. I love that he done that. It was even a Yorishiro drop, so he has a defense now. My worry is how long this front line can hold. This is a lot of Varangian. Chaplain's just sneaking in again. The eco chip damage really has added up in this game, by the way. And you can just see the difference. It's an unworldly difference as well. You have to remember that you have no eco techs as the Japanese. You just rely on the TC upgrades. The Byzantines don't just have eco tech upgrades. They don't just have the extra olive oil. They've also then got this ridiculous gathering rate buff of 18%, soon to be 22 on practically their entire economy. What do you do from here for Cat? You have to have a really solid footing for a fight. The Mango long-term can win engagements, but it's going to take quite a few hits. Mango shot comes in on the Varangian. Onabagisha stand the grounds in the choke point. Good opening there. Crossbow spread is good, though. Wham on point, not giving too much over. And remember, guys, these javelins, they can start sniping on the villagers instead. Varangian starting to spread around the back. Villagers pulled across to try and keep everything up. But I don't think he can stand up against this anymore. Wololo attempt's going to come out, but that's going to be a big fat whiff. And although the wave of Varangian may have been wiped out, there's been extra losses along the way. It's now 17 worker kills. Wham! With almost a 20 villager lead at this stage. Cat will survive this wave. But I don't know how he survives the next. In fact, he's lost too much on the front side of the base as well. Kairos Siphons once again return for the floating gate they almost took before. And I can sense the GG on the horizon. I mean, credit to him. He reduced the military count a little bit, right? But at the cost of so much economy, you have to wonder how the hell you're meant to get back into this now. Second TC is what I can't believe this, man. Wham! Everywhere, anywhere, all at once. Javelins are going to try for the cheeky snipe, but that doesn't work. Remember, the Mangos have 30 ranged armor. If it was Springalds, you can actually kill them with jabs. Speaking of which, we do have a Springald down the way. And my worry is that Cat doesn't realize this is a 2 TC build, a mirror. Which means the longer he waits, the further behind he gets. Springald coming, man. Credit to him. I want to give the credit where credit's due. Cat survived, right? He survived because that Mango was there. What's going to happen now is you're probably going to have to pull villagers to keep repairing the Mango, and Javelins can snipe them. It looks like Cat, either because he saw the TC or because he just knows he needs his own, is going to TC. He's currently a 24 villager lead for Wham, though. Who's going to find themselves on match point? Who's going to be on the verge of victory in this series? I think the moment is upon us to decide. Springald pressures this back. Mango starts to get repaired. Javelins with the dive in, though. You can start to target out those villagers. Samurai pretty much standing their ground to try and protect the siege. Wham is going to back away, but behind this, sacred sites are now being locked in. Like it or lump it, Cat is going to have to come out. He can't be an indoors Cat anymore. He has to become a wildcat. Camel Riders raiding? Don't forget that on my bingo card. We'll take it, though. Looks like we have got return fire, though. Credit to him, Cat gets all the way around the back. Apparently, Wham, for whatever reason, didn't wall this. Wow, okay, so he thought it was actually protected. Still, it's nowhere near close to the damage that's been done the other way. He'll find a few eco kills. But that's the last of the Onibigisha. Last of the ladies. There is now about as many women in here as you find in a comic book store. It's just going to be sweaty boys and samurai armor everywhere. Time upgrades are at least coming in, so the food effects should start to swell a bit here. Still kind of depressing you have to split your eco like this. Right, like you upgraded the main TC, you've got the Kura storehouse there, sure, but there's no extra room around, so you have to just set up away. Just kind of slows down your escalation timing, right? Because you had to go back to spend stone twice on the level 1, 25% increase. Blige, I think he heard you. Relic finally on the way back. Look at the size of this song. I can't with this Sith, man. You look away for a second and this happens to the numbers. 81 military now. A healthy comp as well, right? 1/3 anti-armor, 1/3 frontline, 1/3 anti-range. Every box potentially ticked. And second Springald should now be on the way, right? So finally an answer to that Mango. That Mango that has so far, by some miracle, by the power of Grayskull really, kept Cat alive. I'm going to speed this up because I think Wham's just really in cruise mode. He could just go in. Right, you don't even need to rush a dive. Sacred Slight's now locked in. Keep drops are coming as well, so a guaranteed hold on those locations. Unfortunately, it's only one under Gisha. If this had been 5, they could stop the keep going up. Although, as I say that, the villagers are ignoring the problem. Camel Riders will deal with it instead. I dive in the main. Here we go. He goes to the push-in. Ranking line's going to spread out. Springalds do counter this out, and that should immediately be game. GG gets called. Wham! Now, 2-1. 1 game away from keeping that upper bracket run alive. As we know, Cat will not go over so easily. Oof. Yeah, kind of a rough game, actually, from Cat overall. Different approach from Wham than what we were maybe expecting. We thought it was going to be Lombos, as usually it is. I feel like 80% of games right now are Lombos anyway. But either or kind of, it feels the same role, right? I think the difference is that he was looking for more of a dive instead of a camp on the side. And credit to him. Javelins give you that. So let me get the next game ready. Can't blame Cat. Civ diff. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, Japan's just in a rough place in a lot of matchups, in my opinion. If it's not on a water map, there's a big question mark on why you even pick Japan a lot of the time. Okay, so let me get the next one ready. We've got Golden Heights. And that's an interesting and unexpected clash. Order of the Dragon versus Mongols. I wouldn't have expected that. That's kind of cool. Thing is, longbows allow Japan to think about Yumi play, whereas jabs don't, and that makes the camels even better since they beat Mount Samurai. The thing about going Yumi there is like you actually kind of just die to, weirdly enough, Limitane. Because Undermesh is really OP against you because you have low base damage, right? So your damage just gets reduced way too much. The only way, so I know why you're leaning that Fab lot, because we've highlighted before that actually Japan can beat English because of that particular build. But I think it's kind of different with Byzantines, because the difference between English and Byzantines is Byzantines can have a more hybridized comp at an early phase in the game with good numbers than the English can. That's the difference. But yeah, it's a tough one. Let's see, though. Mongols versus Order of the Dragon. I'm not sure what Wham's thought process is on this map. The chat looks wrong? What do you mean the chat looks wrong? Rogan? Oh, I just realized the emblem's a bit too big as well. Un momento. Oh, let me flip that. I did not have Order of the Dragon on the bingo card for Golden Heights, yet here we are. Welcome back, One North Age of Empires 4 action, deep in the competitive series here. Wham on match point, and Cat now going to the tried and true Mongols here on Golden Heights. And we already know what the name of the game is. Play out and play over it. Racks drop on the offensive from Wham here to try and contest. This is a very ballsy all-in maneuver, but a smart choice. When you're playing against Mongols, they have to drop the racks at home or they don't get the double production. And you need to have this racks forward because otherwise there's a risk that your singular Gilded Spearman will get pinched by a group of spears, right? So I think that's a smart read by Wham. If he didn't make this placement, then what would happen is you trickle troops across, and then what you could do as Cat is you could wait until you got like 8 spears and you could intercept in the center. Still, that in mind, adding Spearman here is going to significantly hamper your ability to get into dot play. In fact, Wham doesn't really feel like he's rushing for that dot drop. No. So just trying to give the villagers something to do in the area, because otherwise it's just going to have to walk all the way home. But the problem as well is because your villagers gather so much quicker. Yeah, look, congrats. Firm handshakes. You got 14 food. You're still going to have to walk all the way home. And wait. Oh, that's so vile. He doesn't even react to it. Order beats Mongols? What would lead you to say something so controversial and polarizing? I actually think Mongols can beat Order of the Dragon because of the transitions in the feudal play. You can pivot all the different directions, right? So like if your opponent goes spears, you go archers, and then we already highlight the biggest issue with Order of the Dragon is transitioning to new unit types. It's so expensive and so slow. And I think Keshix is the X factor that gives Mongol an edge there. But in this game, dude, the edge is huge. Like, congrats, you built a Gilded Spearman. But I'm not playing this age. Cat's going for feudal. This is probably going to be Deerstone. I don't think you need Silver Tree to win this. And this really is annoying because, like, you know, if you're playing another Civ, you probably would have escalated the Spearman at a pacing that you would have sensed what was happening sooner. So instead of spending 150 wood and then spending 320 resources, you maybe would have stopped at 160 on Spearman. Instead, now Wham is just double barreling it here. with a third spin being queued up. But Deerstone is already on the way. And the reality is this Rax placement means it takes longer to reach the enemy Uvu than if he just built it at home. And still no dot play either. This is kind of hurting me, man. Like, Wham has been idle with this villager for so long. He's finally going to be going for the dock, right? But when you have so few villagers, I feel like it's very hard to quite often justify proxies and all these type of plays or the dragon. Because as a collective percentage of your economy, it's just higher. Looks like Uvu will at least be set on fire. You can't run out to repair this, right? Like, these Gilded Spearmen have 10 damage. If the Uvu's still alive when the Deerstone goes up, that's when you can snake a play, because you'll have the Yam aura to run in and out. And maybe just kind of kite it. It's still difficult, though, right? These guys can kill you in 5 hits. So yeah, I think he's just going to accept it for what it is. Uvu is going to be going down. And Khan does find the villager. With tech up complete as well, he can actually win this fight. Wham. He does realize he's going to die here, right? There's no way the Khan ever loses that now. So Gilded Villager down. I mean, you can't really run anywhere, right? Even if you put a Spearman, you can't defend it. Just unfortunately, a loss here. And now it's going to be Cat sneaking out for the fishing after he removes the potential threat. Damn. I think Cat's in a very firm position here. Archery range reaction's coming out, and this is a solid one, right? Yeah, it's going to force the outpost commitment, because even if you can't chase the Spearman, you don't need to. You just chase into the economy. No second villager being pulled by Wham, by the way. Okay, here we go, on a delay. No, they can't seize him, though. And the wolf? Dude. Is there anyone in this world that doesn't want Order the Dragon villagers dead? Keep in mind, Archership is already on the way, so he can just intercept this. This is going to be a fail, and 2 villagers down for the dragons. I mean, even with a 20% better build speed, you're just not getting up. Archership about to spawn here. And Wham, none the wiser for it. Remember, he did not see that villager walk out here. He's going for the center dock, makes it even easier to get the snipe. Archership is in, and Wham about to be 2 workers down here. No pull away that would be quick enough. Oh, what? Even worse. Not only does he get the villager kill, the archer shot hit the dock. So he just got the 50 bounty for it as well. Damn. All right, so where do you go from here? Wham can't rush Castle Age now because he's up against fishing and pressure on a short map. He's adding in archers. That's going to take time, guys. And also, because his woodline is here, there's an opportunity for the Mongols to sneak in and start poking. If you start idling this out, escalating archers is going to get difficult. Villager does have to shift away. Looks like there's an attempt to get the Uvu up. It's really annoying because Wham has to give a lot of buff here. Because if he gets too close, the archers can kite in perfection, right? Like, not even perfection, it's so simple, it's brain dead. 1.44 movement speed means Gilded Spin will never touch you. Now the archer range, boldly just being built in his face, says, okay, come fight me. I mean, you've got 6 spearmen technically, but I have the counter unit. Maybe this is the misread though by Cat. What? Oh, for God's sake, dude, this is so painful to watch. The Yam effect right at the edge. Archers do need to target the injured. He's just getting outplayed. All right, guys, I think we're going to have a game number 5. I'm almost certain we're getting a game 5. I mean, Wham does at least have Gilded Archers on the way, right? But look at all the extra stone. This is going to be double production, and he has another archery range back here, so realistically, a lot of units should be ramping. The only reason you're not seeing it right now is because fishing boats are being added in by the Mongols. I think Wham's way is he needs to get blacksmith timings right. If he's going to play long feudal, he needs to make sure he's got undermesh and steeled arrow. It's a game changer on Gilded Archers. The problem is if you go too heavy on that one concept, your opponent now has fishing, so you can just add in Keshiks. And your Rax is nowhere near to protect. Not just that. Are you kidding me? The Khan. This is so tilting. So you're forced into the outpost commitment. The good news is at least the archers didn't come over here. I actually think this could have been much worse for Wham if Cat had just not revealed the Khan and brought 5 archers out here. And no, Gilded Archers have more range. They're 5.5. The problem is that that's not enough distance to scare your opponent away, right? And the other problem I just usually find with Gilded Archers is the attack speeds are deceptive. 1.62 compared to 1 is definitely better for Gilded Archers. But it's not 2x, right? And you're paying 2x. It's 2x on health. Or like close to, right? 70 versus 125. But like overall, it needs to be a true 2. Because the problem here as well is what a lot of people don't realize. There's a reason why people start a step with archers. And it's not just to kite and take less damage. It's because there's a slight animation skip. So if you actually optimize your starter stepping, you can get like 3 extra attacks in per minute. Compared to what you normally get. Right? So when you equate that, I'd say it's like closer to what? Like a 1.5 attack speed compared to a 1. On the other side, you'd be like, okay, but do that with these guys as well. You can't. Because anytime you like skip and try to move, you actually lose. I feel like you're losing attack speed with these guys. Because they already attack too quickly. So like start stepping them means you're actually missing out on additional firepower compared to normal archers that gain firepower. Ragnar's now on the way from Wham. This is dangerous though. Check what's happening. Rams are coming. A ram for Wham. And he is going straight for the Gilded Knight here. Remember, you are up against fishing, and it has now grown. It's up to 7 fishing boats. Look at that 8. Also, keep in mind, once the deer are gone here, you're going to have to vacate somewhere else. You don't have much safe food at home, only berries. Orders should get gilded boats? No, orders should get gilded siege, guys. Come on. Been over this before. We should all agree that it's dumb that the Ottomans get the gilded bombard. Villagers trying to get the wall up. Does he see the stables here? He starts to attack the wall. Bit ambitious. We'll go for the dive in now. Gilded archers. I mean, they just don't have any protection. This +1 just came in. I think this is going to be a dive. Cat, wait, if you please just hit the 12. Please just hit the. Please hit the 12. Cat. Really? All right, Ram's going to at least make it better. All that effort and the Ram could have done it all along. I mean, the way he's going to address Gilded Knights here, folks, is that Wham can't afford more than 1. And if you have a Keshik to frontline and all these archers to tickle, that Knight's going to have some armor, but he's still going to feel some pain. Here you go, comes out. Remember, he gets more melee armor, not ranged armor. So if he runs into this massive archers, he's taking 2 damage per archer. And Keshik can kind of tank, right? Then you got the attack speed arrow to think about. I think he needs more than 1 Gilded Knight to fight this. And good reaction by Cat. He does back away. He's got an army split, right? He goes to the raid on the food. So although gold is now accessible, Wham is suffering in the food department. Oh, Gilded Knight. Keshik's bypass. Spearman does arrive as well, and that is being ignored. Love the trade out here. Just archers get the most damage up against the Gilded Archers. Allows the Spearman to win the fight as well. So Wham, an underwhelming army here. Meantime, Ram has dealt with the outpost. Villagers now run for their life, but there's nowhere to run here. More have shifted south side to gather the berries. This is desperation mode. And if he just notices this little wall... He never does, actually. I feel like Cat does walls the hard way, man. Just shoot this teensy tiny bit here. Just this teensy tiny bit. There we go. Wait, are we in? Actually, I can't remember if that works. It usually kind of bugs, right? Okay, it didn't work. GG. Oh, that would have done the same here then, right? Yeah, so he is actually valid in that. I keep getting confused with that crap because there was a point where it was actually meant to break them correctly, and then I think they reverted it. Awesome now coming. So this would have been great at the beginning of the age up, but now we've got an issue. Cat has got mass spears coming. The other issue is, like, you know, he did get one relic. Praise to him for that. But I don't see how Wham's ever meant to get another relic in this game. Maybe if he could sneak out here, like, if he had enough resources, just build a monastery here and bank this relic. Walking out feels just difficult at this point from the main, though. Flash on the west side. Gilded Knights are min-maxing, so it looks like he's going to pull them back and try to heal. He only has one prelate, though, so that's going to take a very long time. Oh, Hunter's on, though. Look, he's found him. Keshiks are starting to arrive here. He realizes it's a waste of effort chasing after the injury. He turns around for the ones building up the outpost here because he realizes that Wham is stripped of gold access. This is big. If he can't get this up, and I don't think he's going to be able to, the Keshiks just attacking a little bit too quick. Are you kidding me? This is going to be so tight. Wham. Final tap. Villager gets inside. However, with the extra Keshiks coming over, this outpost is not going to survive this. Wham needs gold soon. I mean, he's got one relic, but think about the units that really make Order of the Dragon good. Gilded Crossbowmen, Gilded Knights, Gilded Landsneck. These are all gold-heavy units. He seems to just be being pressured everywhere at this stage. Outpost now trying to come up, but the timing might not be fortuitous. As the army is on the way over from Cat. A little bit of idle time here, a little bit of a waste. I think he was attack clicking something and then everything just kind of AFK'd out. That actually might buy the time for Wham to get an outpost up. Yeah, Cat's a little bit discombobulated in this game, guys. He's not bringing all the troops together and moving in quickly. Like, there's a timing here he's sort of missing. I think Wham should have been dead by now. But he's finding ways of kind of skirting this and staying alive. Part of that is on, like, Cat maybe just being a little bit slow to move some of these units occasionally. He's still in a dominant position, though. That's undeniable. These Gilded Knights never really got healed. Keshiks are now going to move in. Ram is going to move up to deal with the outposts. Flash comes in. Gilded Archers being targeted down. Knights low as well. Keshiks see an opportunity. The Spearman followed up. The Knight line, not healthy here. I mean, collectively between them, they have the health of one Knight. Second one is going to come in healthy, though. Archers are going to look for the villagers instead. Ram breaks through it. And that should be 5 villagers going down. Maybe one gets away to tell the tale, but barely. Now a 34 eco lead. At this stage, Wham just kind of has to admit what it really is. It's done. He's found this pocket of resources, but even with that in mind, the gold is the thing that has left him too predictable. And with one relic only banked, you can't afford the lofty Order of the Dragon units. Oh, he gets pinched. E-repairs is going to be used, but I think this fight is going to force a commitment that loses the rest of the Knights. And from there, I think you just wave the white flag. It's kind of unfortunate. If Wham had more gold, he could have considered Blacksmith Techs and Scale Armor, and that might have given him a way to kind of navigate this shaky game, but instead, he's going to have to shake his head and go to game 5. Cat, showing you actually Mongols can slap the dragon around. 50-50 matchup. Oh dear, oh dear. A different kind of fishing bait. Fake water bait, I guess? Alright, there we go. Got heavily outplayed? Yeah, he just like completely overinvests. Why no dock? Because he didn't have the wood. This is the problem with that civ, is that you spend 40 wood per spearman after spending 150 wood on Arax, and you do not want to have to build a lumber camp in Dark Age. That's like a death sentence. So in total around your TC, you have 450 wood to work with. It's not a lot. Yeah, like the problem with him is if he doesn't, so if he goes for the dock first, his tech timing is going to be so late, his opponent can just dock drop and kill him. That's the thing. So like, I don't think Wham, like, it was a forced error that he had to build those, basically. I don't think it was wrong that he built what he built. He just had to, though. Like, building 3 Spearmen in the Dark Age, though, that Civ is just brutal. It's so expensive. Maybe Dragon Spear's too expensive? No, I think they're reasonably priced. Some of the other units feel too expensive. Like, I actually think Gilded Archers feel a little bit too expensive. They probably need to be, like, 20 resources cheaper. Gilded Crossbowmen are reasonably priced. Lanceneck a damn good bargain. Gilded Knights, situational. They only feel good at an early phase in the game. And then, like, what? Men-at-Arms, I think, are reasonably priced. It's just that strategy is very cheese-oriented, and people understood it very quickly. All right. And Gilded Hand Cannoneers are definitely reasonably priced. They're broken. A deciding game, and I'd have it no other way, no other place. Welcome back to RedBull Wololo El Reinado. We are into game number 5, and you know what it means when at 29 seconds we're killing a boar. It's a Kotra time. Rus versus English. Damn, this is kind of a cool matchup. Rus, a pick that I think was prioritized primarily by the Spanish bros on this map. English, not so much. And oh my god. Wait, no, sorry. English received prioritized a lot. I got distracted by this. I can't believe this, dude. He sees the ball play. You do the ball play against English. This is what happens. I think the only mistake here is Wham maybe was a little bit greedy. 5 villages with a guaranteed control. 3 is a little bit of a mixed bag. Oh my god. He's going to back away, though. So, actually, that worked out for Wham because the thing you have to remember is the idle times involved in this. You pulled 3 villages, you forced 3 villages to walk back after walking out. So you mirrored that, right? But on top of that, you forced 175 resource investment. You forced the idle time to build it. That was kind of sick. And indeed, he does only have 25 wood, which means no extra scouts. In fact, he had to build an extra scout from out of the TC. He doesn't even have a hunting cabin. Oh my god! This might be the single most brutal opening I have seen to Socotra. I don't know what it is about Rus on this map, but so far, the 3 most painful beginnings to the game have all involved Rus players. Unbelievable. And you see why English is such a good pick, right? They can actually play for the ball themselves and no one else can contest them. I think the idea from Cat is cool if he's not playing this Civ. Because, like, if it's not the English, you can get away with that play long enough. But against this Civ? Against English that have short bows, there's a reason why this Civ was bannable on Mountain Clearing. Socotra is essentially just a better version of Mountain Clearing. It has the same qualities. Well, those qualities of the English have definitely punished Cat. He now trails by 3 villages. Almost 4. Actually, sorry, 4.5. No, wait. 3.5? 3.8. I'm having a day of math. It's like 3.6, 3.8, which is insane, by the way, at 3 minutes. Council hold time is going to be disgusting. It's going to have to be a Kremlin drop, but it's going to be so delayed in this game. All right, this is where Rus players go and make Reddit threads about why the Wooden Fortress needs to be buffed. Let's hit the speed up, because this is going to be a very slow tech from one of these players. I genuinely... I think this might be #1 most brutal beginning to Socotra I've seen. And I've seen some crazy stuff. We've seen, like, a failed second TC on the ball after a few minutes in the game. We've seen, like, a Kremlin rush that gets cancelled and pulled back. But this was by far the most brutal. And it's not even Kremlin. All right, dude, this actually is just game. Going Golden Gate here, like, I get it. The issue is because his eco's so weak, he just needs anything. But this gives you no defense against Lombos. And it is a council hall build. Wham can just end this game in less than 10 minutes. He's wrapping around. The one good thing about this wooden fortress is it forces a wider rotation. The bad news is you get no protection. I think the idea with this Golden Gate is to get a ticket of stone and get the upgrades, but the timing is just not going to be ideal here. Village is now starting to get sniped. Wham. Goes to the injured one. Will be a pull back towards the defense, but that defense cannot reach, remember, has 7 tower range. And there's a gap here, right? Even if you get arrow slits, you can just walk between. I think you just spam Lombos until the game is over. Villager gets sniped out. Scout runs by to give you more vision here. No one close to dead. Lombos are going to have to skirt the range. Now, if the scout comes and stands here, the Lombos can snipe over the tree line. This is brutal. Rax now from Wham, so he's worried that his opponent's going to go for knights. I don't think he should be here, though. He has nothing. He's finally seeing the stable reaction now, but you could have probably gotten up to like 5 Lombos and still been on Rax quick enough. Instead, I actually think Wham is going Castle Age. So he sees an opportunity to just take an easy win, right? And you might just say this is kind of like, oh, lazy, just end the game. But I kind of get it from Wham's perspective. Diving an enemy base is difficult, especially in the first 8 minutes, right? The easy win here is just tech up. In that case, we will hit the fast forward most definitely. Horseman now being queued. That was a really sick quick read, though. I kind of respect that. Usually I'm not a fan of these, like, to play it safe, go fast castle, but for the English in this matchup, it just makes so much sense. Especially with the opening, right? Like, your opponent's always going to be trailing. King's Palace is going to be unpunishable. You just get extra eco for free. And it is going to be just men-at-arms spam, right? Oh, no, he preps the spears. I mean, it's only one horseman. I guess he's paranoid that knights might be coming, and he's about to be pushed back with the scout, right? In fact, if Cat was on point there, he might even be able to get the kill. Lombos. We'll be able to make it back to base. Spearmen have revealed themselves. I think we're going to stick on the 2-turn speed here. There's just really not much that Cat can do in this game now. Now that spears are here, it looks like Wham is going to go on the offensive again. The small wall is coming up, but that actually doesn't protect anything. I mean, it protects against men-at-arms or knights down the line, but it legit does nothing against Lombos. Yes, that's just 7 villages idle. And King's Palace is indeed going to be on the way, so correct choice by Wham. The reason you don't go for White Tower here is there's no pressure. Your opponent's eco is so underwhelming that he can't attack you if you tech up. If he tries to dive, even just a secondary TC with this army, it dies. White Tower Rush? Ah, yes. We should definitely run our 18 villagers past the wooden fortress in the center to build a white tower. That's what we do. We build it here. We take control of the ball. Yeah! That'll teach him who the daddy is. Now, if you're wondering why is Cat even trying to play Age 2, it's kind of because this is only cool here. Like, rushing castle is just going to make you even weaker. Your opponent's eco is just already better. They're going to be ahead of you on the tech timing. So, you know, I kind of don't blame him for adding more units in. He has to as a reaction to Lombos anyway. Tech up now complete. What do you do if you can't? You'd love to see a galley? Yeah, I too would love to see a galley so it can die to the King's Palace. I mean, you can't afford to go a galley in this game. Your eco is so weak at that point that by the time you'd actually get a galley out, there would be some reaction already. Ah, yes, true. This is a fast castle Roost build. I'm just not used to seeing Roost with such an underwhelming economy at this stage. Little wall going up, trying to buy himself some time. First knight is already on the way, though. And let's be totally real about this. You don't have any real defense against knights right now. You've got some garrison spots, sure, but there's no Kremlin. There's no gremlins. There's just greed. You want to need to make it even worse for you guys? At some point, he bought the stone. And he didn't even use it. Oh, sorry. Did he buy 2 tickets of stone? 3? Wait, what? There's no way he walked out to gather the stone. What does he spend that on? Arrow slits is not that expensive, right? I'm trying to figure out what else he bought with this stuff. I don't know. Numbers don't make sense. My brain is clearly having a fart here. Arrow slits is what? Is it 50 stone, I think? Oh, no, he just hasn't gathered stone at all. And he gets caught in the tech up the one night.
He didn't wall it. What? Oh, no.
And the TC is already garrisoned. The pain of this. I'm still racking my brain about the stone. Because he has arrow slits, right? And arrow slits is... My brain is trying to remember. How much is arrow slits? I always forget. Is it 50 stone? It's 125 total, right? This thing's 75 stone, 20 and 50 gold, or the other way around. So I don't know how he's done this. Love upgrades? Maybe. He didn't get castle turrets. He didn't get castle watch. 50 stone. Yeah, it's 50 stone. So... Like, how does this work out? He would have spent 100 gold to get 150. Alright, anyway, there's bigger issues in this game. He's dead. Tech up's complete, but look at the price he's paid. Trying to solve this mystery is more interesting than watching this absolute stomp. Oh. The reason it doesn't look overwhelmingly stompy right now is just because Wham has taken a safe route, guys. You wouldn't believe how quick this game would be over if it was a Vortex type player. Like, they would have just sent it. Remember what he said? Like, Wham is a little bit more of a defensive player. He'll take the calculated approach instead of the risky approach when given the choice. And this is just him being methodical about it. Crossbows are now coming, but I mean, Lombo's already counted that out, right? Monks are already looking for the relics. This is just a full macro game. I'm going to speed this up a bit. Horsemen try to Rohirrim him out, but 4 horsemen versus 1 knight. The results may surprise you. Well, he has got a backup knight arriving, so that's going to go a little bit better for him now. But Spearman now starting to show up. So the Lombo is at least going to be found, but that's just an expensive engagement overall. Right, and now you've still got this mass spear issue, which crossbows don't handle perfectly well. And with Lombos as well, like, this is just an old school English build, right? Lombo's Spearman wins the game. Crossbows are going to get scouted pretty early as well. So this is where it should just be cut the knights, build Lombos and spears. Maybe have 1 or 2 knights to raid, but no more than that. Roos is so bad getting dented again. Okay, someone just exposed themselves as a Roos main. And yeah, you see why it's depressing to have crossbows against spears here. They're just so tanky. 110 HP. You don't get any bonus damage against them. You have an underwhelming attack speed against them. And Lombos just exploit that from the backline as well. It looks like there's an attempt to get a Siege Workshop out, but that could also get denied here. Looks like he might be able to finish off the Workshop now. The problem is that your opponent does have knights. Ideally, you want the Siege Workshop here, behind your troops. Because although you may be able to produce a Mangonel, if the knights are waiting, they will die for the kill. Some cheeky shenanigans going on between the two sides here. The Eco Lead is just getting out of control though, guys. We're talking about 26 villages extra for the English. Not to mention the farm transition is already 3 clusters deep. You don't have the food as the Roos here. He needs to move out here. This is why Wham is camping this area, by the way. It's all this food. All 3 stacks of deer on 1 location. It's a great read by Wham. Mango is coming out. The one hope of Kitty Cat to reset him and get him back in this game, potentially. Love that he's now raiding. I think this probably could have happened earlier with the gate on his side. But there is going to be a spin reaction. Attack speed aura is also there, so that should be enough to scare him away. Meanwhile, Mango does come out. Lombos begin to dive. Spearman leading as well. Knight's now following up. The Mango now getting targeted here. There's just no front line to protect it. Villagers have to be pulled for the repair. Can the Knights clear it quick enough? They're low on HP. The pathfinding is working against him, so Cat may be able to hold on here. But it's definitely costing him something. Villagers getting targeted down. Crossbows as well. Cat will get a stay of execution here by some miracle. For some reason, that Knight, the 2 spears, ran around the Siege Workshop. Had they dove straight on top of it, no doubt in my mind that this poor little catapult wouldn't be anymore. We need to lose 3 villagers for that. Double Mango is now on the move. This is just absurd. You might as well just drop a Berkshire at this rate. Like, Wham still had numerical advantage before that fight. After it, he still has numerical advantage. And he's floating almost enough resources for an Imperial tech. And he's also adding in Galley. Oh my god, dude, can you just... We get it. You're winning the game. Can you please just win the game? Oh my god, he's not even reacting. The villagers might still be in range. I mean, dude, this is a game where I just say get Admiralty tech, right? Instead, the Knight is going to go finish what the Archer ship cannot. What's depressing is there's no swift strike back, right? Like, against English, you can't now just dive them and punch them. The obnoxiousness of this Civ, with the attack speed aura, with the double fire TC, it's more than enough to keep small armies at bay. Yeah, because you know, guys, it's very important. English people like hunting deer. No one else is allowed to. And, oh, wait, did he really? I don't think this is the way you win, Cat. You have a Springle, just kill the galley. Wait, what? Oh no, the +2! He has no blacksmith techs. He just lost despite the fact he had healing on his side. Dude, I can't think of a single thing that's gone well in this game for Cat. This is by far the biggest beatdown we have ever seen on Socotra. I've seen some stompy maps, but this is a game where no matter how silly looking the move is that Wham makes, how ambitious the reach is, it's still never enough to lose him the game. Villagers also just getting body blocked. The Mango cannot hit a single thing. Like, he's missed every single shot. Oh my god! Just put him out of his misery. Berkshire comes in. And Wham will secure the win. The biggest stomp I have ever seen on Socotra. Wow. I mean, dude, he legit just turned him into a human toilet. I can't believe that. Oh my god. Sup, cool. Dude, my brain didn't even initially switch on to the short bow rush because I was like, oh, yeah, you don't see it anymore, right? Like, no one would ever pick and then do that against English. I just can't believe that. Just such an abnormal choice by Cat to begin that game. Against English, you just can't play ball. It's impossible. Hey, sup, Avali? How's it going, buddy? I've got all my Das Germans in, yeah? Cat versus Wham. Add that one to the list. I think there was another series we were eyeballing up as well. Poor Cat. Good series versus Wham and then Vortex. Yeah. CSO, though. Right? Freaking called it on Saturday. People didn't believe. He is the Chinese Vortex. Or is Vortex the Spanish CSO now? I'm tempted to check out Vamar versus Zertan. I got a feeling that each game's going to average an hour long, though. CSO's a wild card? Dude, he's so aggressive. It's insane. No, if they lose the set, they're not out. But they're in the lower bracket, these guys are. Not a good series, as I heard. Yeah. I think Vamar, like, I saw his Lucifron games. He just looked kind of unraveled. It looks like he's trying to find something that I'm not sure exists. Like, he seems to believe in Ottomans on Dry Arabia a lot. Or, like, Dry Arabia... Yeah, no, sorry, it wasn't both, wasn't it? Yeah. He done Dry Arabia, Ottomans against Lucifron. He done it again against Zertan. I'm not convinced. I think his drafts had better picks for that. Like, in the Lucifron series, he had, like, Abbasids, which could work. He had a few other picks as well. Kind of a rough one. All right, so... Should we check in some of the earlier series? We had... I wonder if Zertan versus Myriad was any good. Maybe? I think Voldemar's biggest issues are draft, usually. I kind of felt that. So, like, I can quickly show you guys Voldemar's draft to cause point. So this draft against, like, Lucifron, right, is that he has some really good picks for the map pool they have, which is Rocky River, Dry Arabia, Kawasan, Holy Island, and Frisian. But I remember saying it when I looked at his draft. I mean, you're going Dry Arabia, and you pick Ottomans, and your opponent has Byzantines and Ibids. And those are, statistically, one of those two is the most likely picks, right? I think the only reason you pick Ottomans is because you think, like, Lucifron's going to do French, right? That's what that felt like as a pick to me. But Byzantines and Ibids is statistically more likely, even for a player like Lucifron. It's like, if it's Byzantines, it's just an auto-lose. Even if it's Ibids, it's a hard matchup. It's like, that to me didn't make sense. The Rocky River opening, I feel bad for him. It's been happening to a lot of players at the moment. The Delhi pick gets counted by, like, English or Jaune. And, you know, I feel like the problem with that map is, like, you look at Rocky River, and it's either probably going to be Ibids or English. But either one can be tough for Delhi, right? And then... Hey! Sub always cursing. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Don't know why people ban Roos still, so much worse offenders. I actually think on this map pool, Roos is a very reasonable ban, Avali. I think Roos and HRE are probably the two most bannable civs, shortly followed by English. I think Mongols is kind of underrated as a ban, though. And I know that sounds wild, but like a lot of the competitive map pools, they're really good. Abbasids is borderlining with this draft, with this map pool being in that stage. But like, yeah. And then the other thing is, Lucifron is so confident he does this in Game 3, which is wild. Because he gets a 2-point lead. He'd never do this if the score was 1-1. He would never pick Japanese here with Holy Island to come, right? Because like he's already used English. They've got Chinese and your opponent has Yuji. It's like, that's how confident Lucy was in a win. Because if you go Game 4 Holy Island and it's Chinese versus Yuji, Yuji should be favored. I feel bad for Voldy because like his draft, if he gets past Game 3, he actually has a really good draft for the remaining games. Because you've got Mongols for Frisian Marshes, which should be able to beat basically anything that's left, because China should have to come out on Holy Island, right? So you don't have China to counter Mongols on Frisian. So then you're left with what? Japanese. I think we've seen Mongols do pretty well there. Byzantines, yikes. And then like French. That's the rough thing. It's like when I looked at Voldy's draft, I'm like, dude, if he can just get one game, he could follow through. Rus is strong, don't get me wrong, but it's not oppressive like China on water or English Socotra. So let's look at the map pool and we can discuss that point, because that's a fair point. So Rus, if we look at these maps, Frisian's not really their jam anymore, right? But Dry Arabia is really good. Gorge is really good. I think Regions can actually be really good. Rocky River's not so great. But you have 9 maps there, and 3 of them, I would rate them as like a top 2 civ on. They're that good on those maps, right? I definitely think HRE is more viable, because Dry Arabia, Frisian, Golden Heights, Gorge, Kawasan to a lesser degree, but you could. I think Regions can kind of work okay with HRE, but I think they prefer the other maps. And Rocky River works for HRE as well, right? English is good for Socotra. Holy Island, Golden Heights. I kind of say that's it. Japanese is okay. Kawasan, Holy Island, and I think Rocky River is a decent map for them as well, but it's not as desirable as the other two. To me, Abbasids is one of the bonkers civs. Rus Frisian can work. I'm not saying they're bad there. I just think there's like probably 4 better civs to pick there. Like Abbasids, Chinese, HRE, Mongols, even Japanese. I think works better than Rus and Frisian. But like Abbasids is kind of nuts with this map pool if you think about it. They can play Dry Arabia reasonably well. Frisian's actually an interesting map for them. Golden Heights, there's better civs there to play that water hybrid like Mongols. Kawasan is S tier for them, in my opinion. Rocky River, they're actually surprisingly good at playing Rocky River. Regions, I haven't seen much Abbasids, so I can't comment on that one. And then I think Gorge can be okay for them as well. But like, I think Abbasids and Mongols are the secret sauce in your midpoint in your draft, because they have a lot of good utility here with this type of map pool, and they counter certain civs that are very predictable as picks, right? So, for example, Mongols against Byzantines, or Abbasids against Japanese. And that's the really nice thing. Like, I think people should... This is too early for an Abbasid pick, I think. But, like, picking Abbasids here to here, really good. Because this first pick, you should be the highest prio. Like, it's kind of wild to me that... Like, I know I've said Voldemar's best civ is Abbasids, but, like, giving over China and Iabids in response to that is kind of rough. Because Iabids is a better, well-rounded civ with this map pool. Right? You can apply them on so many of these maps. They can play Dry Arabia. They're actually not bad on Frisian. Golden Heights is surprisingly okay for Ibids. Gorge, obviously, just a dented, easy map for them to play. Kawasan, we've seen they actually look right there. Regions just really, I think, for that civ, plays like Dry Arabia, and Rocky River's always been a good one for them. Yeah, I said Kawasan. But yeah. And then just like the midpoint, like I like this part of the draft, Delhi Mongol Pim. But I think you could probably have... I think he thought too much that Lucifron wanted Delhi, and that's why he rushed it. It's almost like you wanted to be getting China or Ibids, right? Need Hy-Vee and map pool. Finally. Ottoman trade, OP. Yes, no guys, we do need Hy-Vee in the map pool so I can watch Beastie Cutie attempt a cock game in competitive and lose. I feel like he's the only guy still trying to make that work. I'll tune in occasionally and see him on Hy-Vee building Chamber of Commerce. It'll still lose, but I respect him for trying. I always have flashbacks to when he like done a patch notes analysis where he's like, it was the way they made the change to get free traders, and he was like, this will be broken. And I distinctly remember it because I felt very confident in myself because at the same time I'd done my patch analysis and said, this will make literally no difference. I feel bad because I want Chamber of Commerce to work somewhere, man. Yeah, B had some wild games, but like B, dude, that's just B doing B things, right? I don't take that in a vacuum as something different than what it really is, which is just B shenanigans. Okay, so I'm looking at the other games we could do now. There was 1 or 2 from the earlier phases I was eyeballing. Maybe Voldemar versus Dragovan? Was Gully's set any good, or was it trash? Be honest, Gully. Did you just get throttled? Not set. Should we do the Voldemar Dragovan set? What do you think, guys? Gully versus Anatan or Voldemar versus Dragovan? Which one are we going for? I'll let you guys choose. Both? Maybe. We'll see how long we want to go. Let's do Anatan versus Gully Deckle. Avli, wait, what? Bro, Avli, chill. He's a kid. Just gonna open the games now. Alright, so apparently the first 2 games are at least pretty good. Let's have a look at this draft. So, Do I need to go on a rant about a Bastards as a first pick again? Guys, this is Gully Deckle comfort picking. You'd see HRE up there as well if you could get it. But that, like, those first 3 picks are 100% Gully Deckle comfort pick. The only thing that is missing there is HRE. This is a tough part, man, right? Like, when you're playing against players like Anachad, like, he's good enough that you can't rely on comfort picks. You have to play, like, draft mentality and take stuff away from him while getting stuff yourself. It's all about Kawasan, bro. Like, he says all about Kawasan, but all I see is you're only picking a Bastards there, and that's what's going to happen. Actually, actually, now that he mentions it, guys, have you realized that 4 of the 6 picks from Gully Deckle are Kawasan picks? If this was a King of Kawasan, you'd have a fantastic draft. All right, let me see if I can find the first game for your series. Where is it? All right, game 1, Rocky River. Malians versus Byzantines. I've heard some people say they think that this is like a good matchup for Malians. I'm not convinced. I think it's very hard for Malians to stop like Byzantines just rushing castle, right? Like, Malians are just uncomfortable coming out into the map. Well, the map draft? The map draft is... Let me pull it up. So, map draft is Kawasan, Golden Heights, Gorge, Frisian Marshes, and Rocky River. This is good versus Mali? Agreed. Yeah. Like, I think, genuinely, the problem is not that they can crap out enough units. It's that in that matchup, you have to produce enough units to keep up with that. And if you just do that, they inherently reach castle, right? So, like, you have to come out of the base as Malians. And if you come out of the base, you just lose. All right, we were just discussing this draft because I think this is a very interesting one. Anatan versus Gully Deckle. That's right, we've got My Insanity's best in AoE 4 looking to educate one of the toddlers of Age of Empires 4. Gully Deckle, 16-year-old kid out of Germany, looking to one day be the My Insanity representative for that region. We are here in the RedBull Wololo qualifying stage for El Reinado. We're trying to filter down to one person to head to a castle in Spain to clash with the current reigning champion Marine Lord. And I've got to say, this man right here, Anatan, looks like the chosen kid. He's been training a lot with Marine Lord, and I rated him as... He could be the Anakin, man. He could actually be the Anakin to Marine Lord's Palpatine. I'm curious to see if it's going to play out that way. He's definitely taken a beating from Mr. Palpatine before. I wonder if maybe finally, Wololo of all places could be his time to shine. Gully on the other side, definitely no pushover. A rising star, someone who's cracked the top 100 time and time again. In fact, at the start of the season, he immediately took to the top 10 on the leaderboard and held there for a reasonable amount of time. But he does have some limitations. I think Gully will admit himself, one of his biggest limitations is his draft is not robust. Best of threes, I'm not surprised he made it past. Best of fives is a different ball game. We had to look at his draft. HRE banned by both players. English, Malians, and Abbasids his first prior picks. No surprise there, considering those are basically the most picked civs for Gully. Now, he may be able to strike back once or twice, but when we get deeper, I get worried, and I have to be worried already. I think game 1 is kind of against him. We were just discussing in the chat. Avli made a very fair point about Byzantine's ability to poop out the troopers, and I have to agree with that. The biggest issue in this matchup is that Byzantines will inherently build troops due to olive oil, which will force you to build troops, which stops you from fast castling. All the while, they just miraculously stockpile their own resources for fast castle, by the way. Now, that wouldn't be bad if you were a civ that built to a point that you come out to punish. But the problem with Malians is they don't like leaving their base very often. If their ideal comp is to spam javelins, that's an expensive one you don't want to catch out in the mid-map exposed. And Byzantines are very good at reacting to that. So I do think that Gully Deckle's going to have to find a way to fight out of his base. Because if he doesn't, Anatan's tech up is going to just be quicker. And then, if it turns into a Zerg game on both sides, if you haven't got Fulani, you're screwed. Even if you do, realistically, your opponent should have a lot of economy. And oh my god, he's doing it. I was talking about this like a standard atypical Grand Winery, build the Zerg, play the game. It's not. Anatan he's got a fetish right now. Since the Horseman buff, he has been the #1 player running this Hippodrome build. So far, I've yet to see it lose. This is kind of brutal as well. Like, actually think about the ramifications of this. Massing Horsemen to burn down the pit mines. Your opponent has a split pit mine spawn as well. No two golds together, so not easily defendable. Down the line, this could actually be a game where Trapezites is even viable. That is the 80 resource tech that gives you 25% more burn damage on all your torches. Gully. Well, he did rotate to the enemy side early, so he doesn't know about this. Bloody hell, what? 22 sheep to 11. But you can see why. Anatan done the ribbon, right? He went through the center. Meanwhile, look what Gully Deco done. I think what happened here, correct from wrong, Gully, is you scoured the Anatan was ahead of you and just cut off to go deeper. That's unfortunate. I think you have to prioritize around these ponds. About, I'll say closer to half now these days of the sheep are found in this central strip. I know. Just moving across now to get a sniff of where these veins are going to be to know what to target in this game. This is a powerful build, though. I've been really impressed with Anatan's execution. The interesting thing about Hippodrome is you think it's about Triumph, and it is, but it's not about Triumph the way you think it is. It's not about using Triumph, it's about having Triumph. Actually not activating it is 10 times more powerful than using it. Golly Deckle does scout it. He knows it's Hippodrome now. What's it going to be, bud? I mean, you have to react with Donzos, right? But it's a longbow horseman build. So this is what I think infuriates a lot of people with Byzantines. They just don't maybe know how to articulate it. Like, the average player is just going to say Byzantine's OP without dissecting the real reason. The real reason it just feels OP is how they 1-2-step you. By gathering resources for one unit type, they can build 2 unit types. Hippodrome is just an acceleration of that process in a different way, right? You build horsemen, you build lombos. Normally, you build Limitane, build lombos, or build Limitane, build jabs, or build horsemen, build lombos, right? But you're able to do that because you have a buff to your gathering rate straight away, and because you are using an additional resource on top of your normal gathering rate to get that second unit type. It just puts you ahead in the triangle of counters. Gully Deckle already stretching himself thin, adding in the archery range and a Rax this early. And yeah, Triumph does a lot of things. So just to recap for people, I'll show you the description. Oh wait, it's not going to show it all. So you get these supply points every 30 seconds or when you kill an enemy unit when it's not active. And it will give you +4 damage on your cav. It will give you a 10% movement speed buff, and it will give you regen of +2 per second. It is insanely powerful. But what high-level players have identified is it's even more powerful when you don't use it. Because at this stage in the game, you're going to have to wait 30 seconds to get 1 second. Every supply point's worth 1 second. Killing units will happen, but in small density, right? So you're not going to get that many seconds from that. Late game, sure, you could just keep pumping off cooldown because you'll just get so many kills. But in the early game, it's not feasible. So the reason why it's better to not use Triumph is because if you hold on to it, your opponent has to respect you as if you're going to use it. If you use it, they can disengage and then look for a fight afterwards. But if you keep threatening them with it, you can keep them contained. Like, realistically, Gully Deckle will not want to come out of the base now, because if he does, let's say he's in the mid-map and Triumph gets activated, he's up Craps Creek without a paddle. He might already be there. Lombos. Move in. And the burning begins. Mine denial is going to be big here. Remember, he's trying to scale into javelins, but now he doesn't have gold access. Means that Lombos could start to contest this. In fact, they are going to pull back a little bit. Trying to bait an overextension here, right? Because the javelins come too far forward. They're going to feed the horsemen. I know. Nice micro. Gets away with the injured one. Wouldn't even mind Undermesh being rushed here. You're approaching 10 horsemen. And remember, it does help out against the Donzos because their shots are ranged. They're not melee. At least the javelin they hurl anyway. I don't know, man. This pit mine's just done. I don't see how you're meant to protect it now. So Gully is going to be feeling pretty starved here. Keep in mind, he's also out of food, right? Only 4 sheep left over, so he's starting to butcher the cattle. That's another burden upon his gold source. A nice dive in here. Sees a little bit of exposure there. Snipes one of the javelins. Does lose a few of the horsemen. But the Lombo's mostly alive. Only one goes down. And that means the Donzos can't really contest. Damn, what a vexing game. It's kind of funny, right? Like, seeing Byzantines from Anatan, you'd expect some cheesy play around a Sipahi. Or maybe a Knight here, but... Actually, I gotta say, this is an insanely perfect game for Hippodrome from the neutral trade posts. All the cavalry options, right? Royal Knights or the Sipahi. Doesn't even need it, though. Undermesh now on the way, and Gully needs more. Problem is, archery range is like, this has to just be archers, right? I don't think you can afford mass javelins here. He's trying to set up another pit mine now. That should never be for free, though. I think Anatan, yeah, he has scouted this. He knows. He's moving across now with the scout to get the early info. This is the only negative of this type of build, by the way. You don't have great olive oil income. Seeing how long it's taken him to just scale more Lombos, but a second group will be on the way soon. He just shifted off to the new Grove load. And oh, he's even moving to the center of the map. Unfortunately, Anatan a little bit off the timing here, trying to be efficient. Ends up being very inefficient. Fortunately for him, it looks like they were close enough to return to the mill. This pit mine's completely undefendable. The difference is with this one, it's close enough to the TC that you have a reset point, so your opponent won't dive you. This one's too far out, so basically 150 wood burn. House is also easily targetable here. It's at least buying time for there not to be pressure on the main. It's definitely expensive. Javs are not going to arrive. Horseman thought about it for a second here. He can build outpost. An outpost doesn't do anything against this many horsemen. If you try to outpost this, the horseman will just kill it. And because you have no gold income between these pit mines going down, how are you getting arrow sleds? You'd have to toggle into stone, right? Which means less javelins. It feels bad, but you genuinely just have to kind of gamble that you can get pit mines. I think the best move could have been Gully Deckle moving out here. You just want to try to gamble on the flanks, basically. Oh, in their base? What, you mean here? An outpost here? I once again just think, you know, it doesn't change much. It's mass horsemen. If he sees you're overcommitted, he will use the Triumph, right? Like, this is the balance. You want units that can move away. If you put too much value on one point, yes, it will force a Triumph, but it'll force it in a position where Anatan could just win the game. He's looking to do that now. Siege engineering now on the way. Another thing is Gully could have been expecting the Karasiphons because he knows his opponent does have Undermesh. So you kind of got to respect the fact that Blacksmith Techs were there ahead of you for the Byzantines. Dive in. Gonna be a villager pick for free. Stack formation are getting a little bit deeper here. Horsemen are just looming around. Nice little bit of other time. Nice eco kill there. Karasiphon still to be built. And Gully Deckle has no vision of it right now. It's going to come as a big surprise. You never usually expect the Karasiphon timings. They're always quicker than you anticipate. However, this may backfire slightly. Anatan, maybe a bit too greedy with his placement here. Needs to actually consider cancelling the Karasiphon. Starts to bait the javelin out of range. Overextension here. Gully Deckle body blocking his own troops. And there it is. Triumph gets activated. It's an in. This is the commitment that Anatan was looking for. Lombos trading out the best they can. Donzo count is high, but the javelins have been removed from the table. Karasov is going to get cancelled. Anatan, an ambitious fight, but one that definitely cost him a lot. Did he get enough out of this? Gully, like... So here's my problem. I think Gully doesn't realize how good of a fight that just was. But even if he did, the issue of coming out of the base still remains. Right? Like, this is one of those fights where, from a raw meat perspective, yes, it's good. And maybe it feels like I'm just fanboying Anatan, but I don't think I am. Because the dynamics that are at play here is all the javelins just got wiped. You're left with mass Donzos, which sounds good against Hippodrome, but like you're never going to come out of your base with mass Donzos, right? when your opponent has Lombos. So I think Gully Deckle is very paranoid about the state of the map. He needs to move out, though. Look at what's happening here. Anatan is able to get away with these type of trades because he's got berry gathering across map. Damn, I actually feel really bad for Gully, man. I'm really not sure how you're meant to navigate this matchup. Maybe you add in the stables and get a few sofas to go flank raiding, but I think Gully agrees. Unfortunately, Anatan already has his number. I don't know. I've just seen this build so many times now from Anna. It's always scary. Oh wait, Gully, please build them. The scary part about what Anatan does here is how he's able to get the 1-1-1 build going and still have so many horsemen. Like, he's the only player I've seen consistently do this. And he did get Exploratores, so those worker kills are going to start paying. Gully, damn it. If only he'd known to make a move after the triumph. Outpost gets blocked out. Really just shoved off the front side. Lombo count is much better than it was last time. Remember when that last fight happened, I think it was it 10? It's up to 15 now. Arch is now being added in because Gully Deckle struggling to find the gold mass here. And I do think a lot of people sleep on Trapezites, by the way. Like, Trapezites here with one scout is kind of crazy value. Have you ever seen a Byzantine player spread so wide so early? So that's olive oil and more olive spread at this stage. It's so necessary as well. Like, this is the whole thing with Hippodrome. Why a lot of people maybe kind of feel like Hippodrome's underwhelming in their games. Hippodrome requires unbridled aggression. Because if you want to make it work for the Hippodrome detail, you need to be getting every single berry patch. And that means you need map control. There is another way to play Hippodrome. We've seen players like Marino do it, where it's not about the Hippodrome, it's about something else. For example, 2TC or Fast Castle. So it's a bait play, basically. You force a reaction to the Hippodrome and then do something else. But if you want to play around Hippodrome, like Anatan does, map control is king. Gully Deckle. How do you get out of this? When you walk out of your base and see an army that big. Wrap around the back as well. Horseman trying to hit the back eco. Limitane let through. Horseman peel back. And with the shield wall up, they're going to last a long time here. Lombo start to get their picks in. Triumph has been activated. Starting to hunt. Sofa's trying to mirror around the flanks. Group of Donzos are dragged across, and it looks like that might be enough to break his back here. Last time when he was left over with Donzos, it worked out well, but this time there's going to be too many Lombos to push back. Frontline of Limitane have been removed. Military count is about neck and neck here. But the tail end of it, notice there's practically no javelins left over. And a healthy line of Lombos still to fight. Damn, I mean, there's barely any Donzos that can actually contest this anymore either. He's frontlining with archers and the javelins. I feel like he actually got discombobulated. Yeah, the spearmen were still chasing after this. And the eco damage has been adding up. We're now up to 12 worker kills throughout all that. And a game that's quickly now becoming untenable. And we start to see what Avli is talking about, right? Like, the Byzantines' ability to just crap out an army is insane. Just with level 2 Conscriptio. That Zerg factor you get. Limitane every 12 seconds. Horseman every 16. And somehow, while breaking base like that, he's now also teching up. This is just still absurd. I look at the nerfs and I wonder how there weren't more. I mean, maybe someone can explain it to me, because I'm still racking my brain. I mean, the nerfs weren't even substantial, by the way. Like, I'm going to keep banging my drum until I'm heard. There is no realm of existence where sanity exists that an olive grove is cheaper than a normal farm. It makes no sense. Even if it was 75 wood, it's still cheaper than a normal farm because you get 8 stone when you build it. Golly Deckle. Prepping another defense, but with only 3 ranches full, the fact that he's only now mirroring the count and Anatan is taking up makes me worried as to how much longer German Prodigy can hang on in this. System slight radius decrease? Ooh. Maybe. I think I originally recommended the idea of the gathering rate being a toggle, but they realized, like, the issue with that is it would just be the only thing you'd ever toggle. Well, trying to punish the tech up here. Veterancy is coming in a rush, though. Scully Deckle punishes Anatan for overextending. A good fight, but now he needs to keep sending it. This is the way that Gully gets a win. He needs to go across, block out the food to the south, but I don't think he knows about it still. Well, looks like a massament of horsemen did just get killed off here. Anatan has got the Varangian pump coming, though. Gully really needs additional jabs and sofas here to try and hold this. I don't think he's going to read that he needs sofas, though, right? He's already seen Limitane before. Varangian now starting to arrive, and Gully does begin to queue up the Musafadi. So he's just going to try to trade cannon fodder, but with longbows massing like this, 3 batches of 5 now on the way. Just think about the ramifications of that spawn, by the way. That basically brings them back to even on military mass. The pump begins. Varangian not feeling counted yet. On level 1 undermesh, level 2 is now on the way. Gully trying to get Musafadi together, but I feel like it's going to be a trickle to their death. This feels bad too. Just running past Varangian like this means they don't have to move to attack. There's no kiting going on. Gully just lost the backbone of the army. 13 archers left over. Only a handful of Donzos and melee units to contest this. And this is the point where it's going to be shoved in the base. Base that's going to feel a lot like a tomb. Yeah, I also just feel Grand Winery's too good. I'd say that while I'm watching Hippodrome dunk, but I think either or would have done the same thing here. It's just Anatan likes the 5 spices approach to life. Varangian just so toying in these choke points, right? Like, usually this is the defender's advantage for Malians, but right now, because the Varangian park here, his army has to run in and headbutt them, and usually then they have to rally around the buildings. It's just making this a more snowbally loss. 10 military left over. Gully refusing to throw in the towel, but son, I think it's time. There's no shame in it. Anatan is just built like a beast. Trained by Marine Lord, forged in the fires of de Francais. You're going to have to do the French thing from World War II, I'm afraid. Because I think it's about time to wave the white flag in game number 1. Anatan's Hippodrome builds just proving to be the downfall of many a player here in RedBull Wololo. Now I have decent income. Hey, yeah, keep hanging in there, buddy. Oh, dear. Wait, which side are you on? Oh, no, sorry. There you go, Gully. The one time you'll see you have a point in the series against Anatan. When I misclick it. I'm sorry. Oy, oy. But we commend you for doing your part to help raise the statistics to prove why Byzantines need to be nerfed again. Good guy, Gully. Okay, so with that in mind, let's see. So we had... Where is it? There it is. So we had Rocky River. Next up, you're heading to Golden Heights. Anatan picked Rus. Rus versus English. I think this is actually a good matchup for you, Gully. On Golden Heights. It's pretty good, right? Because he can't contest you when you go for the water. Late game isn't... Late game is kind of an issue, though. I think Rus late game is better because they get better siege, so you can't like go ranged. And then they just like frontline with horsemen and then just pew 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 with Streltsy, right? So I think you have to end in mid game. You thought Wololo was over? No, dude. Wololo was just beginning. Week 1 is only just complete. We've got 2 more weeks before we decide who's going to go on a date with Marine Lord in the castle. Okay, I can't believe I've done that. End me. Alright, sorry, just checking messages. Let's get ready to go. You need Berkshire middle? I think you can just keep drop it. Oh, sorry, I just realized we need to flip the score. Well, if only. Anatan could potentially be in trouble in this one. We hop into Golden Heights, Gully Deku behind. But that opening game to be expected. This is where things get spicy. Roos in the hands of Anatan. But Gully Deku has a sizable force to respond with in the early mid game. English pick coming out. A pick that should be favored on a map like Golden Heights rather, anywhere but late game. Let's see what Gully can do in the early mid. Opening is going to be a play for the fish. Now, this is why English feel really good on this map. Nobody can contest this. Well, some can try. But Roos is definitely not one of them. If he tries to play out onto the docks, he'll just lose. Because his villager will get sniped. That's why you always see English players pull 2 or 3 villagers. Because you can always get that snipe in time. So a smart opening this game. And also, keeping the villagers around here isn't bad. Because you've got the shoreline fish everywhere. Meanwhile at home, Roos are just going to prioritize that tech up. He didn't add in an extra scout, by the way. A little bit surprising. There is a decent amount of deer on the map. I'm trying to remember. There are wolves as well, right? Or am I wrong on that? I might be wrong on that. Yeah, there's no wolves on... Wait, no, there is. They're always around here, yeah. I was about to say, I remember the amount of times wolves have killed people on the way. I guess the count isn't high, though? I'm racking my brain why Anatan wouldn't go for a second scout from a hunting cabin at all. In fact, what the hell is going on here? Okay, this is cursed to witness, dude. Like, he doesn't have enough gold. You've got to be kidding me. Guys, he doesn't have a hunting cabin? He's 4 gold short of a tech up. The nearest deer... Oh my god. He doesn't realize it. Yeah, because look where he scouted and look where they are. I can't believe that. Can we look at his bounty? I'd rather not. Because it would reveal the end time of the game. This is brutal, though. So he ends up getting, what, 125 bounty from this? No, sorry, less than that. Dude, it's so bad. Because he... Oh my god, he gathered 100 gold. Wait, did you snipe everything? Guys, I'm going to black out the screen. Because I don't want to spoil the outcome of the game, but I need to see the bounty. Alright? Bear with me 1 sec. Oh my god! He has a total of 50 bounty because he killed 2 wolves. Well, you can tell he's been training with a Marine Lord. This is the most brutal start we have seen for Roos in the tournament so far. There is nothing left except these 3. Wait, was that intentional by Gully Deku? Because now, if Anatan finds those 3 deer, it's an 80 bunty game. Tech up complete. Council Hall now on the way. Gully... Smart choice. Love this. He sends the fishing boat up. Fishing boat... Wait, no. Please, no. Is this going to happen? Anatan doesn't have the breach through here. He has to walk around. I can't believe we've got a 50 bunny game. You know, I feel like there was something better about the oh my god scream while the entire screen was black. Right? It was too horrible that it needed to be censored. Gully now begins to grieve Anatan. Horsemen are on the way, though. He needs these walls up quick. Wait, did you really actively just start gathering from the sheep? Keep going, keep going. One by one. Wall around him. Wall around him right now. This is your moment. You're running out of time. Horsemen are coming. Gully still hasn't teched up yet. For God's sake, what is this game? And now you're going to try to short bow Horseman. All right, Gully, I think you got a little bit wrapped up in the moment here, buddy. You had a great start to this game. But now there are many questions. Transport ship from Gully. Okay, he'll save the 2 villages. However, I don't think they're going to be safe for long. Didn't we have a similar game yesterday with the Tower Rush proxy base? Yes, but you wouldn't Tower Rush proxy base on this map. That would be a bad idea. Anatan made the right call. He opens Horseman. He takes control of the water now. He's got archer ships coming out. But don't worry. Gully's going to see him coming and do absolutely nothing about it. I still can't believe he's on 50 bounty. What is this game? Archer ship out. Gully now reacting with his own, but in the meantime, he's getting idled up. He also has 4 fishing boats out here, so 1 is guaranteed to die. In fact, Gully, reaction speed of a goldfish here, not moving away. What on earth is happening? Gully finally begins to pull back. He might still lose another fishing boat, even if he doesn't initially. He has no answer to these horsemen right now. He has to fight with the galleys. Ay, ay, ay. Villagers might try and go for the repair. I think he's praying that Anatan is not paying attention. Okay, no, Gully. This would have worked. Why are you attacking the horseman? That had to have been a misclick. I think he went to click the dock and accidentally clicked the horseman. Damage continues. Spring ship is coming out from Gully as a follow-up, so that'll be enough to stabilize him here, but what a messy game. There is a longbow, but it's just chilling at home as well. So far, we've just had longbow spear investment, but it hasn't really done anything. Okay, I've really got many questions about how Anatan missed these 2 wolves. 3 wolves. He's in a 50 bounty game. He just reached a stage where he's like, I don't care about wildlife anymore. Oh, the villager goes down. Yeah, we don't pick up dead people here. Our name's not Sharon. I can't believe that wall's still not up either. So no villager to repair the half HP dock. Villager is going to repair the galley, but it is going to cost him life. And we have got arrow stats on the way, so Anatan is going to have a stabilization point here. It's going to cost him an archer ship in the meantime, though. And a second TC now from Anatan. 50 Bunty, 2 TC Roost build. Just the standard stuff, guys. You know, the ones you see all the time. Sorry, let me really recap that. 50 Bunty, Golden Gate, 2 TC build. I can honestly say, hand on heart, I have not seen that in 2 years. Longbow, turns out facing the wrong way is not a good way of countering horsemen. Spearman is now reacting here, but a villager does get pinched. And he's going to die. Not a bad trade for Anatan, actually. He kind of just wants these horsemen done and gone. Doc is going to end up going down here. Looks like Anatan, this is the greedy factor, right? Because he went 2 TC, he didn't have a demo ship to deny. And the dock is now on fire. So it looks like Gully is going to get his fishing. But Anatan is going to get his eco elsewhere. It's 2 TC, and so far, Gully doesn't have a clue about it because he doesn't have a scout. Kill the wolves. Gully, come on. That's 25 gold. Wait, I can't. The hilarity is actually Anatan could still get a respectable 155 Bunty because he found the deer.
How did you deny so many deer with one scout?
I feel like that shouldn't ever be happening. In a one scout on one scout game, that genuinely should never be happening, right? I don't think the deer placements were egregious either. Like, they were fair. And the probability should have been high of a scout, but goddamn. Alright, let's hit the speed up a bit. So I think this is going to anchor into an eco game where they both go towards castle, right? I say that Gully is adding in additional units for now. And it's like, please, just let me have the one. Is it 80 Bunty now? I'm pretty sure it's 105 Bunty now. Alright, here we go. I'm going to hide the game cap again so we can check it. It's 130 bounty. He found all the wolves. Anatan is back in the game. GG Gully, you're screwed. Anatan's like, well, there's so little bounty on the map. I might as well just rush castle to get extra deer. I can't believe this, man. I need to remember. Clearly, the title of this video is going to be 50 Bunty Golden Gate 2TC build. No one thought they needed a build order on that until now. Anatan. He's going for the boar. He's going to make himself a 205 Bunty boy. Rainlord has taught him well. I mean, one scout and getting 205 bounty is pretty good. Outpost now in the center. Gully, he's actually trying to send this. Siege engineering is on the way. Anatan is starting to prep defenses, though. He's got double archery range blacksmiths. He's been convinced we're playing this age. Makes a lot of sense, right? He doesn't have a full Kremlin to defend. He has a Golden Gate. So he has to entertain the fact that there is going to be a fight. Gully has got a good edge here, though, right? Steel Arrow already in. Would love to see Undermesh, considering he's going to have to dive a TC. And realistically, the Rus will build archers, right? It just makes sense. They have additional wood. Usually the comp is always archer knights for Rus. I always hate this, by the way. Not in a it's bad. I think it's just too good. Wooden Fortress with TC is kind of insane. 16 garrison spots right here. Right. Only 175 wood for this. Like, it's so hard to kill as well with almost 2k HP. It's such a strong play for Rus players to do this on the secondary TCs. Gives him a lot of defensive firepower. Gully Deco, he took a very strategic approach to this, right? The backup outpost in case he got shoved. It's kind of crazy, actually, because I think he had a clear ability to just drop the full outpost straight away. He just didn't realize how greedy Anatan was being. Behind this, of course, only fishing, right? So no farms on land, no second TC. Gully wants this game over. Anatan hasn't been scouted out on this board. That's still a secret. We have got archer ships patrolling as well. Not deep enough to see the board, but at least it means there's not going to be a sneak onto water coming out from Anno. Challenge, name one bad thing about the Rus. The hunting cabins are expensive. Stop. It's very hard to use the Bardiche attack from the Streltsy. There, found it. Anna now about to be pressured. Anatan has got the garrison defenses. Gully Deckle looks to dive in. Triple Ram is here. And he has got that attack speed aura, right? So that will affect the Rams for quicker attack. That's the meantime. Just have to target that down. Archers the trade out. Line formation to retreat away here. Knights are left behind to deal with this. And the Spearmen still on the reaction. They are baited in range again. Archers able to trade out against them. Gully Deckle, an overzealous dive here now. I think he's gone too far. Sure, the Rams might be able to get rid of the Wooden Fortress, but it's going to come at a price here. Gully Deckle, a complete misread on the dive. Underestimating the defensive firepower. Anatan now able to wipe him out. Knight from the back as well just slows the retreat even further, and that means Gully Deckle is going to be reset here. All that effort, and all he gets is an outpost kill. We'll be able to kill off a few workers, but Anatan still now with a 10 eco lead. An opportunity to potentially counterattack here. Damn. That was brutal. Gully Deckle, you kind of feel it, right? Like the overcommitment there. I think, looking back at that, actually what Gully Deckle could have done that would have been a lot cleaner. Garrison the spears inside of the Rams there. I guess his worry is like you need to have half spears on the longbows, half spears on the Rams, but that at least gives you a nice divide. Maybe that's just asking too much. You don't have enough spears either way there. But with what happened there, he just kind of got tug and pulled, right? He was forced to overcommit with the spearmen to defend the Rams, and then the archers just get the peel. So just a great read by Anatan, and now Gully in a tough position here. 13 eco behind. Farms are also now being set up behind this by Anatan. He may not be able to rush Castle Age, but he has no quarrels about playing a long feudal either. And we have got farms now being set up by oh, God. I'm going to look away from that. That reminds me of my farms in the Age of Mythology beta. God damn. Love the textiles from Anatan, by the way. Minimize all losses, right? Well, that's my point, Gully, right? I think like you probably just need more spears, but it's kind of tough. It is really tough to find the line. But maybe just 4 or 5 spearmen in the Rams, the rest behind the longbows. And that way, when he dives in with limited knights, because he only had like 4 or 5, right, that he dove in, you just kind of clown car him in an ironic way. Stab, Garrison, stab, Garrison. It's kind of awkward because of the way that on Garrison works sometimes, but it should get you extra damage in there for a decent trade. Difficult game either way, right? And it was never known for making it easy. Knights now going hunting. Longbow reinforcements have been spotted. That is going to force a rally home. So that is going to slow this down. It does mean that actually right now, Anatan does have the advantage in this fight here. There's only 29 of the archers here. And only 2 at the men-at-arms. The rest are dying. Remember, Anatan can arrive at this fight quicker with his knights. There's going to be a knock on the door. Only 1 ram heading in here, though. And okay. Yeah, this is the problem of only 1 ram against mass archers, guys. It's kind of dumb. I've been watching it more and more recently. Mass archers actually counters rams pretty well. I don't know why. The devs probably own 1 or 2 crack pipes. Knights still trying to intercept. This time it might backfire. Good read by Gully Deckle here. He's trying to cut them off before they get out. And both will get in range. So it looks like 1 or 2 knights should be going down from this. And Antan, nice reaction there. He quick deletes the wall to get in, knowing that if Gully now dives into this choke point, he'll die because he didn't have the aura to support. That was a really smart read, actually. A lot of players would have headed up here. That would have lost you 2 more knights. So many farms behind this as well, right? Like 16 so far. He's going to have to add in more. Has got the wood to do so. Oh, Gully, dude, he's just relentless. He wants to send it. And what on earth is happening over here? The just-in-case walls, while ignoring what I'm pretty sure is a small gap there still. Gully is only able to send it one way here. Second ram now being built up as he looks to knock on the door again. And another wooden fortress. The things that have been the bane of Gully Deckle's existence here. Oh no, not the single ram we almost killed before. Was there triple wall at the bomb? It's a just in case, mate. I mean, it's kind of funny because he's got these rules as well. I guess it's because he might eventually need the gold. Yeah, there you go. He's making the move for it now. Ram, once again, able to be cleaned up easily here. I think like the issue for Gully here is this 1-by-1 ram approach just really isn't forcing the fight he needs. So he's just going to brute force commit now. Knights do have to peel back. TC defense is going to start to assist. Without Ram, you're not knocking this down. The dive also a little bit discombobulated. The archers are actually attacking the TC. Moves a little bit deeper now. Anatan's archer mass starting to get outnumbered here. Needs to pump that production for the defense. Knights are coming out now. The Lombos now in position to start striking, but no attack speed means this is an even fight. Archers able to swat it away. Only 36 Longbows now in the dive. That's a 20 advantage for Anatan on the defense. And a retreat past the threshold again for Gully. I guess it's worth. The problem is it would be worth if you weren't 20 plus eco behind, right? Because the problem in this game is like the Knights are like a cherry on top. It's just the Archer Mass that's long-term like affordable, right? And also because you've got so much food, it kind of feels like you need to find a way of using your food, right? So this men-at-arms idea is like, it's probably the only thing you can do with it other than maybe Horsemen. I'm wondering if Horsemen would be better for you here because you just have so much food to work with. And if you think about it, it's like a front line. It's about as tanky as men-at-arms against mass archers, right? Man, Anatan, dude, where does he get these resources? High trade house now on the way. This is going to force a dive, isn't it? And Gully, the problem with this dive is he doesn't have mobility. The other thing about Horseman here, by the way, is you could probably sneak Horseman into the economy when he pulls back on the fight, right? So you always find something. King's Pass is at least on the way. Okay, so Gully isn't going to fall behind. This is good because if you were behind, you'd have to dive. Now you can just go castle and play chill. But there is now no keep in the center. There's no long-term gold source. You have got plenty still remaining at home for yourself. I think the bigger deal is now Anatan gets an opportunity to creep out for gold himself. Get your numbers in on the high trade house. With our small bunty boy. I mean, the fact that Anno is still in this, when you consider the fact that Gully Deco got water, that he denied all of the deer packs, that this was at one stage, basically the point where you really kind of take count of the bounty, a 50 bunty boy. It's pretty crazy that Anatan is A, still in this game, and B, in such a good position, right? He's got about 1.3x the eco. Military is ahead. And also the other awkward part is like these Lombos, I think it's going to be a struggle to keep their value long term. Especially now that Anatan is looking to mass men-at-arms. And he has prepped the Horseman upgrades. Makes a lot of sense at this stage. Boys' Fortitude is big. Right, here we go. High trade house. 133 gold a minute. I'm impressed, actually. For a guy with so little bounty. Because he's only tier 1 still, right? Now remember, guys, Gully Deckle kind of just needs to send it in this age. Deep sea is... No, he's stabilized it, right? He hasn't got too much fishing. He has 10 fishing boats, so it should be balanced. But the big problem here is actually if this goes into Imp, it's heavily Roost favored. And not just that, look at what else Anatan's doing. He's going for the relics. Gully Deckle can't afford to do that. He's still behind on military. The reason it's favored for Roost and Imp is the comps become mass men-at-arms and like what, usually say longbows, maybe hand cannoneers. Meanwhile, Roost will do Streltsy plus mass horsemen because horsemen are really tanky with Boys' Fortitude, and then they'll get siege. They can get Springolds, so you don't have an answer to Streltsy because you can't mango them, but your opponent can mango you. So it's very difficult. If you play English in this matchup late game, you need to spread the map. You can't condense it. But when you spread the map and go horsemen, your opponent's horsemen are just better. Go for ranges and have fun. You did. You go... Yeah, congrats. You have the same range as mangoes. And remember, you can't kill the enemy mangoes because they have banded arms on their Springolds, which gives them additional range. So Roost just beat you in the siege game. It's really tilting, actually. Keep dropping the center. So this is a stake for the long-term gold, and look at the resource bank for Anatan. I mean, he's popped, right? He's got to do something with the resources. He's got to respend it now. Clash comes in. Mass Archers need to start backing up a little here. Keep is online, though, and it looks like Gully is going to have to dive past it. He has got the armor clad in. Obviously, ranged armor is coming in on the defense for Anatan here. Knights have to spread the line thin just to hold for a little bit. So the crossbows and archers can try to even this up. And the men-at-arms should be able to break through here, but the question mark is just how deep can Gully go? Horsemen now starting to arrive. The castle is kicking out a lot of the back line here. Although it's a good fight for Gully, the issue now is how deep can you go beyond this? He's going to keep on chasing. Horseman Knights are being queued up now. Anatan also now adding in his own men-at-arms. A good initial fight from Gully, but I just don't think there's enough gasoline behind this. Right? It's a good pushback. He's gotten rid of the archers. Tough part is, like, does Anatan really want archers now? And also, the retreat's going to be expensive, right? Like, you just dove past the castle with squishy lombos. Lombos that cost more than the archers. Dude. What was that? I think Wham usually highlights this a lot. The castles sometimes just feel completely broken and other times feel like trash. This is a game where they look broken. That dive cost him so many units. And at the end, he has to walk back, knowing that his opponent now has the gold. Now, admittedly, he's kept Anatan away from just going Imperial, which is how you guarantee you don't just immediately lose this game. But it's cost him just as much. And gold will now start to become more and more of a problem, right? Like, the longer you play Castle, keep in mind that Enclosures is an Imperial Age tech. So your farms won't generate gold until you accept Imperial as your Lord and Savior. To do so is to accept it for Anatan as well. Good lord, 2 more relics now coming. The just-in-case walls, guys. Anatan just really likes building walls. Oh my god, that's wild. I don't think I've ever seen someone bother this much with walls when there's 0 pressure coming there. But it makes sense, right? Anatan wants to keep this a condensed fight. And here's the reason. Mango's now coming. Can't Gully go straight past those walls? No, there's some coming there too. The other issue is, like, Gully doesn't want to have to run like this because it means that Anatan can run like this. It'll take him half the time. High armory now the way in the center. Oh my god. The biggest problem has now arrived, folks. You can't counter Siege. You can build Trebs and that's it. But you're not an imp. You haven't got shattering projectiles. This isn't something that can kill blobs. And yes, we already scouted this. There seems to be a potential small gap, which Anatan, for some reason, has never cared about. Nice. Wait, oh, the wolf, the wolf! Please, any bounty! It's kind of funny that Gully's the one playing English, because I feel like Anatan should be doing the Oliver Twist. Like, please, sir, please. He denies another wolf. Oh, this has been bloody brilliant. Attack up complete. Gully Deckle, what you got? 3 trebuchets begin the siege. But can they do it quick enough? Because the Streltsy are starting to build up. Night Raid also not being addressed. Remember, when you tech up, you immediately increase your torch damage. It's just a quicker burn through. Now, the migration of the farms. 14 now going inactive. Meanwhile, a dive underneath the keep. He's going for the fight. Boiling All is in, though, and the Mangonel as well. What? No, that's your building. The choke point's going to be able to hold here. And the Boiling All damage is going to add... Can you please hit something with this Mango? There's no way he misses again, right? There we go. We killed a Men-at-Arms. This is a desperation dive, though, folks. Gully, once again, is going to lose a lot to try and get underneath this keep. The Boiling Oil damage most definitely is adding up. The Mango now targeting onto the crossbows. Villagers just trying to keep this alive. Treb should be able to break through it.
But I'm worried about wave number 2. Streltsy Mass is already up to 12 and counting. Gully Deckle does not have a tech up yet, and he is getting butchered in the back of his base. Knights hit the farms, and there's no reaction. Gully has to back away. Keep is going to go down. But does Anatan even need it anymore? I think Streltsy are going to be good enough here. Even with the attack speed, or it's only network of castles, they're not network of citadels here. Streltsy are beginning the front line. Keep dropped by Gully Deckle. He finally gets out into the central gold. But now he's trickling troops to their death, right? Needs to start moving in, but bunching up may be a mistake. The Mango is still online here. Good dodges. The problem that I'm seeing in this is the men-at-arms are just absorbing the whole blow, right? So the Streltsy count isn't really shrinking, which is what Gully needs here. It is the correct read to go lombos like this, but the problem now is going to be Mango spam. Because if Anatan just goes up to 3 Mangoes, you die. And then if you try to react with Springolds, Anatan has Springolds as well. This keep drop is insane from Anno, by the way. You've already been getting sniped by Trebs. This is the most pointless keep ever. I can't believe this. Anatan throws away the stone. Castle goes down. The crazy part is Anno's so far ahead, it doesn't even matter that keep dies. He's got another castle on the right side. His military mass is not that far behind Gully, and because Gully keeps remassing, he's staying further away from Imperial. And the problem with that is the longer you do this castle versus imp trade, the more tech ups that come in, right? Like, it's elite men-at-arms, but it could easily be elite army tactics soon. Spinel's able to push it away. Streltsy still only at 12 on the front line. Mango gets a good hit, though. Lombos are going to try to gap close here. It looks like the Mango is going to have to retreat. Just about survives the engagement. Golly, network of citadels finally is on the way. I think if Anatan just bulks men-at-arms now, it's an easy breakthrough, right? Like the reason this is close is because the Streltsy are kind of just getting caught as a front line in the retreat. Kind of feels like Anatan just needs full production. That siege is getting sniped out. Gully has at least got control on the east side. I'd love to see a bombard play here. Like, Anatan has the age-up advantage, right? Look at the difference to where we were a minute ago, right? Like, I think it was close to 70 for Gully, now down to 42 military. And we are now starting to see the men-at-arms bulk up. This is where the game gets scary. Preliminary techs are also coming in. That actually matters when you're trying to bulk boys like this. Mango here. Ooh, no movement away. Does kind of feel like Anatan has taken a more difficult approach to this. Like, the onus should be on Gully Deckle to press him, but I think he's trying to keep Gully Deckle engaged in castle. Luckily for our kid Prodigy, he has found the resources for Wingard. Unluckily for our kid Prodigy, he's not going to have resources for long. Villagers get found. Streltsy plus the men-at-arms move across now. The Bombard should be coming out shortly to deal with the keep as well. And Gully has backed up entirely to afford this tech up, but it might cost him everything in this game. Villagers finally begin to react. Streltsy are already in there, and there's too many villagers here, so Gully Deckle's going to lose a lot gathering on the gold. He might even lose the trebuchets as well. Bombard is now here. Oh, this is so painful, man. Like, you need to find an imp timing, right? You need to get out of this age, but it comes at the cost of the gold. The gold that defines this map so much in the late game. Although you can say Gully's got these premium units now, remember, a lot of them do require quite a bit of gold. Closure's now on the way from Gully. Castle in the center is going to be going down. Anatan. Streltsy numbers are kind of unimpressive at this stage. He's had a few gaps. I think his food eco is surprisingly weak here, actually. What, probably 30? Yeah, 32 farms. Could probably look to bolster that up to, I'd say, about 40, 45. I think the mistake was to go imp. I think you have to find a time at some point, right? Like, you say the mistake was going imp, but if you wait any longer, your opponent would have elite army tactics, and you don't stop that. So I don't think you're wrong to go imp here. It's just the way you're kind of headbutting on the front hurts a lot, right? Like, that dive underneath the keep especially felt unnecessarily expensive. And when you get in that late game, we highlighted before, Roos looked like kings, and they look like kings here. 50 Bunty, 2 TC for the Roos is OP. If that's OP, everything must be. 2 TC, 50 Bunty. I can't. How did that work? I'm going to title that one Marine Lord. Marine Lord's Padawan has learned well. Marine Lord Marine Lord has trained his apprentice well. That's perfect. Yeah, spoilers, Gully. What the hell? Why would you ruin it for people? Shh. You can make a comeback. You could make a comeback. You mean next? Oh, so we should go game 4. Got you. Wait, what map did you do next against? Kawasan. Wait, but you got a Bastards versus Ibids. You just win this, right? Oh my god, dude. It's the one situation where Ibids can kill you, isn't it? Because of Advancement Wing. Oh, no. Alright, you can't go water. If you go water, you lose. Well, let's flip those scores. You're not getting those points. The one time Ibids can beat a Bastards. That's my take on this. We're on a water map. You know, for anyone who's watched land grabs between a Bastards and Ibids, it used to be that Ibids dunked a Bastards. Then people realized that Bastards are actually damn good. They counter hard. The problem is when you add in water. Because when you add in water, the Bastards have a really bad timing going into Feudal Age. And the Ibids have a vulgar timing. Because of Advancement Wing. I think step 1 for Gully Deckle to potentially win this... No dock. If you build a dock, you're already losing the game. Because what players realize very quickly with Ibids is you have the best chance of winning practically any matchup by going Advancement Wing on water. Because of how quick the tech is. Look at this. He already has the gold required. He just needs to get 60 food more, and he'll be teching. Already has the dock down. Because the counterplay is the Bastards are meant to rush docks on each side, go military wing, and get ram. Look at how late the time is going to be. And boom. Alright, Advancement Wing is on the way. So Gully, resist temptation. You need Feudal Age quick. This is not quick. Oh my god, dude. It's actually crazy how different these two civs are. Like, maybe you should have went fit. No, you can't go fishing, because if you go fishing, he just goes land aggro, right? So you need a fast tech, if you can call it that, into feudal units. But because Anatan has already started his tech up, he just adds fishing boats now, right? And when he ages up, can he not just add in horsemen? I'm trying to think what you meant to do here as a Bastards. Oh my god, he's on both ponds! No! And this is such great discipline by Anatan. Do not add any fishing boats in. So if he added fishing boats in, it turns into a 1-1 pond. This is going to be double pond. And here's the thing, guys. The ram play is cool, but you need your own dock to do anything. If your opponent gets double archership, you can't dock. It's GG. This is wild, man. This is a sick build by Anatan. I mean, just look at the difference in timings. You really have to process this. It's a whole minute. Look at Anatan's resources. Look at the cross of a Dao. He needs 230 resources. His current income, he can afford 2 of them in a minute. Meanwhile, Gully, he can build military wing, get rams, but at that stage, like, Anatan just camps both ponds, and you can't do anything, right? Here's the dock. Oh my god, no. Gully, if only he came sooner for this. But Anatan, he chose the correct pond. This was a 50-50 coin flip, but it's one that's going to come up heads. Like winning the bloody lottery here. A cancel on the dock. Villager will at least get away, but Gully now has no way onto the docks. Because the second one's already getting ready to come out. Anatan with the double blocker. Unbelievable. Gully. Bad news arrives. He's seen. He's heard. But he's about to be silenced here. Gully Deckle. He loses the villager as well. He loses any opportunity in this series. He loses the series in 4 minutes in game number 3. Anno is just built diff, dude. That was vile. I feel bad for Gully, man. That's the end of his journey in RedBull Wololo, and it was a 50-50 coin flip. Because, like, if he docks the other pond, he'll get the dock up before the archer ship arrives. I do think you should be docking sooner, though. Like, you want to rush the tech up. Once the tech up started, you should be going for the dock, right? I don't know where your scout was at, though. We should have tracked that, because I feel like your vision was bad, right? It must have been, like, no offense, but it must have been for you to not have caught that at all. Right? Damn. Because you know it's going to be advancement wing, so you know the timing. So, like, you should be scouting the pond and seeing the dock and be like, okay, this is the dangerous side. Yeah, I think that's a learning moment. That's like that's the type of thing that I think happens to you once and then it doesn't happen again. Because it's like, it shouldn't happen again. What was that? Someone asking, am I going to be casting in a castle? Who knows, Eric? Who knows? What do you mean what happened with RedBull, by the way? Have they announced something? Did I miss something? Has there been news? I don't see any news. Reddit always knows everything. Without fishing, his timing was just crazy good. Yeah, it was so sick. Yeah, like I say, it's kind of a coin flip. I don't think he can cover both, so he's kind of taking a little bit of a gamble on which one he goes for. But I think he scouted you, and that's why he knew which one to produce on. So I think like your biggest issue in that game that hurt you the most was scouting. Like if I was to go back, we can quickly go back actually because it's a very short game. Let's quickly go back and check that because I'm curious. I think he saw your villager moving out, and you didn't see what he was doing. Which is huge. It's crazy how many players I coach, I guess is coaching at this point. And the biggest takeaway I have for them is like they need to improve their scouting. Yeah, so like if we check. So looking at the map, you come out. So you scout this pond, you see he's not there. Then you immediately move over, which is correct. His tech up is going to start in a sec, right? But you walk away, but you should assume it's advanced wing, so that's fine. You shouldn't have to come back to check that. Advanced wing is to be the expected. But it's always good to confirm for sure. I think the sheep shouldn't matter though. Like your timing is on water, right? So the sheep should be a little bit less relevant. The villager comes out. Where's his vision? Dude. That's actually brutal. Wait, no? So he didn't see you. He comes back. Okay, yep, there you go. So he gets the early warning. And that's important because look at what he's done. He needs that info to know which pond to build the galley on, because the second one's going to be too slow. So he catches you. Perfect timing. And now he just needs to stockpile for the second, because he knows your backup play has to be the other pond. The moment he denies you, you're going to react to that pond. And if he doesn't have a galley there at first, you'll get it up, right? Because it's going to be 25 seconds versus 30 seconds. Damn, that's brutal. You know what? You need to wash that bad taste out of your mouth, Gully. You know how you do that? With that pop-up there. Get yourself some Protein Works. You'll feel better. Yeah, reminder, guys, they have actually partnered with us for the 3rd month in a row. So I've been drinking some today. Be sure to check out these milkshakes. I should be receiving a care package, I think, in the next day or two. Kind of curious to see what goodies they're going to send me. But be sure to check it out. Remember, the 10% discount code of Killer Pigeon, spelled without a D, because that's how you spell it, works on top of the existing discounts. So take advantage. Yeah, clearly the problem is that Gully Deckle didn't have the Protein Works replacement meals, so that he was well sustained deeper in his series. He was getting hungry. And that's what killed him. GG. It is known. Alright, guys. I wonder if we maybe call it today. I think that's most of the series I wanted to cover. We might look to cast like Voldemar versus Dragavan another day. Or we might start hopping on to some ladder games. But you guys will definitely want to tune in on Thursday because I have something to announce. None of these bait announcements like certain other streamers have, where they're like, big announcement, all caps, and then it's just that the pubic hair came through finally, or like they're changing the Smurf's name. No, we have a proper announcement. Certain Myriad, apparently it wasn't that interesting of a set. You know what? I reckon Anatan did have the drink. He tunes in here, so he probably used the Protein Works code. So yeah, once again, guys, check them out. They will be partnering with us throughout the end of the month. And then hopefully we'll get a renewal a little bit later. Renewals are basically based on how well it's received by the community. So if you are considering Protein Works, be sure to check them out. But big announcement on Thursday. Do not miss that stream. Be sure to catch it. Yeah, I'm going to do an announcement. But my announcements aren't cringe. I think we can agree. They're usually pretty good. Why is Gully not mod? He needs to be Anatan. That's a prerequisite, I'm afraid. But let's find someone to raid now. I'm kind of curious who's online. Do we maybe raid Mr. Vortex? He's in L'Espagnol mode. You know what? Gully should start streaming. Boom, that's the play. And then we can raid him. I swear, a lot of you players, like, you need, like, I've said this to Dragavan especially. Dragavan is an entertainer, whether he realizes it or not. Everything he does, like, it's not based around being optimal number one, if that makes sense, right? He's not, like, discovering the meta and then exploring side things. He's doing entertaining content. Dragavan should 100% stream. Yeah. Maybe Gully should as well. It's pretty easy for most to stream now. Would be good to get an announcement from Relic. Ha ha ha. Relic? They're literally just relics. That was terrible, but actually true. I mean, you never hear from them anymore. Getting too old. So, let's see. Who am I going to raid through tomorrow? So, no stream tomorrow, guys. I'll be streaming Thursday. We'll probably stream Friday. It depends on what I'm working on the weekend, so I'll figure that out. But definitely guaranteed at least a stream on Thursday as well. So be sure to tune in then for that announcement. It's actually a big one. It's a pretty hype one. But let me get ready to raid. I think what we'll do is we'll actually send a raid over. We'll send it to... Who's Vortex screwing with? I think it's just playing ranked. Alright, guys. I'm going to actually raid through to... Actually, Lashes. Dude, I'm torn. I want to see more of these player names streaming, but we haven't got them. Do I want to send you to the German community or the Spanish community? You know what? It's RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado. We should send you to the Spanish community. He usually kind of Duolingos, so if you speak to him in English, usually Vortex will respond to you in English. So guys, I'm going to raid through to there. Much love. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully, I will see you on Thursday. Should be about the same start time as today for a pretty cool announcement. One that you all do not want to miss. So be sure to tune in then. Toodaloo. Have fun with Vortex. I'll see you soon.